Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you.
Okay, it just said that Discord couldn't detect input from a mic. But that can't be true.
Yeah, it may be connecting to something different. Discord gets weird like that.
Honestly, I think. Well, I think we should start looking for. Slowly start to look for a different platform.
Yeah, I've been keeping track of that as well, but nothing good has come along yet. But eventually someone will make something. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and look through this. So I believe today would be February the 9th. We'll be going into the 9th. The week leading up to this, you guys took a job to guard the construction site of a communications relay, which has had some complications, causing the former or the original contractor to resign, and new contractor had to be flown out with a new team. And ever since you guys have been guarding the tower, strange things have been happening in the woods, and I believe you've had three anomalous encounters so far with some type of organism that seems to be living in the woods.
Nuke it from orbit. That's my suggestion.
Yeah, that's always a good suggestion. I believe that Aloysia is chilling out at the base, raising people's morale, and Martin is at Flagstone, making friends and connections, and then Simo and Pete are both over at the relay tower. I think that's where everyone's positions are. Let's see. You have, I believe, the positions on the map are still representative of where your soldiers are. You have one guy down at the new campsite, two people up near the relay tower, and then of course Simo and Pete as well. And let's see. Yeah, so your first encounter, you found a strange humanoid creature with several heads and a few too many arms, and that
Yes.
was to the north. You also encountered a strange dog-like creature with many heads, and that was sort of towards the northwest. And then there was when a couple of workers ventured off into the woods to get an airdrop that went a little bit off of its mark, and they got lost in the woods. Simo went out there, collected them, brought them back, but one of them seemed a little bit strange. His arms seemed to be on backwards, and he wasn't talking or anything like that. And so Simo brought him back in the helicopter, and you guys currently have him confined in a box in the control center. I believe there was also a person who went missing, and he has some type of strange growth in his chest that you guys have. I believe you dissected that guy and stored him away as well, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
All right. All right, I think I got everything in order. I'm going to go AFK for like 30 seconds. I'm just gonna get another drink, and then I think we'll get started properly.
Right.
Yeah, I will be right back real quick as well.
All right. Yeah. So as morning arrives, the most I believe it was the main foreman. She's out front of the control center talking, trying to raise people on the data slab, talking to people back in Flagstone, the local corporate managers. The other workers are scurrying about, bringing material from the tool sheds and work supplies to the relay tower. And I believe the architect, who is the guy that he's failed a couple of his composure rolls, and so he's a bit more of a nervous wreck than everyone else.
Hey, him back.
Oh, welcome back. Yeah, I was just saying that the like the manager of the site, she's talking on the phone with corporate. The architect, who is over here, he's a bit of a nervous wreck. He's trying to work during the day, but he's not getting too much done. The rest of the workers are working at a feverish pace during the day, moving material where it needs to go, pretty much as quick as they can. And none of them really know what's going on, but just the rumors and weirdness has them wanting to finish the job and get out of here as quickly as they can. And during this time period, you guys you'll occasionally get some call of confirmation or something from Aloysia, because he's already rolled to basically up the pay and get some better deals on this whole situation. So that's something that's kind of going on in the background. You have a comms connection with your base in Flagstone whenever you need. But yeah, so I assume that Simo and Pete, if you're going to do what you've been doing before, just basically sleeping during the day and then waking up at night.
Did he negotiate just for better pay, or did he get us any extra equipment, materials, and stuff like that?
Well, they did do that one drop that landed out in the forest, but we weren't able to find it.
Yeah, and that drop was it wasn't there. I think there were a couple of little like flares and stuff like that in there, but it was mostly construction equipment and stuff like that. It wasn't related to Aloysia's bartering, but let me check my notes and see if he got anything along those lines.
Because those certain things Simo was wanting to ask for.
Yeah, he got a pretty high success. Is the company is the situation at the moment is that no lawsuit has been filed, but the telecommunications company, they're worried about long-term liability, I guess you could say. So they'd probably be receptive to dropping some stuff out there for you, or seeing to any requests you have, if you want to have something dropped.
Yeah, Simo was gonna contact him and be like, I feel I was denied a certain need-to-know information when we took this job. However, we will continue to do it, but to do this job properly, I need certain things here. 1, we need a proper perimeter wall. 2, at least 1 watchtower. Several spotlights. And for fuck's sake, we need this jungle cleared back at least 100 meters around the entire perimeter.
All right. Yeah, so you can relay that. Aloysia would probably be acting as a liaison between the two of you, and he did really well during the negotiations. So you put that request in, and the company pretty much agrees to all of it from what I can see. So I'm just going to write it down in bullet points here. So you're asking for a higher perimeter wall, a watchtower, and having the foliage cleared away to give you about 100 meters firing distance.
Yeah, pretty much where it says, like, the barricades and the palisade. Replace that with an actual fully encircling wall, with gates and stuff. At least one watchtower, probably about, maybe, I guess, here, which will give me, a good view of everything in the surrounding area, and then, cut everything back at least 100 meters around the base. That would give us a good killing field. And then, of course, some spotlights, to keep things illuminated at night.
All right. Yeah, so they take the request, and they say that they will send a team out there. They will probably arrive by midday, and these negotiations are taking place in the morning. And normally they would take a moment to consider, but Aloysia has done a good job of lighting a fire under them, so they'll get out there and start the construction process on that soon.
Did Aloysia mention anything about the specimens we had here? To the dead one and the live one?
I think I can't remember exactly. It might have been the dog creature, but I may be misremembering. But I thought that you had taken a recording, sent it to Aloysia, and then Aloysia had sent the recording to the corporate guys because the corporate guys were arguing that this was just local wildlife and that it should be dispatched easily. That's how I remember it happening.
Alright, if he didn't mention the dead one and the live one that we captured, Simo mentioned them, that we have a dead specimen and a currently living specimen.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, they'll acknowledge that they already knew about that from the they didn't have any pictures or anything, but the new foreman, I should pull up the sheet for that so I can remember these people's names, but the new foreman mentioned it during her calls. Yeah, Edna Stavron is the current manager. All right. So, yeah, you guys get to sleep, and there's the sound of construction. By this point, the relay tower has a solid foundation, and they've begun laying large chunks of metal and piping to begin building the tower. And they have a machine that sort of raises it up, and then they build under, and then it raises it up again. So it's slowly growing in height across, throughout the day. And about afternoon, there are 3 helicopters that land again in the sort of mud flats to the southwest of the relay tower, and they unload a couple of manual laborers and then a couple of drone operators, and then some small digger bots and a lumberjack bot. And they don't seem to have been briefed on the exact situation that is at hand. They seem to have been hired and then brought right out here. but Edna is giving him a careful talking to, trying to walk the line between encouraging them to stay out of the woods and not freaking them out too much. And she seems to be doing a pretty good job of that.
How late is in the day is this?
This will be about afternoon, between 12 and 2 o'clock.
Simo will get up for a couple hours and kind of walk the crew around what he's needing, from his military perspective.
All right.
Basically say, so far in the daytime, nothing really strange is occurring, so you should be safe enough in the woods during the day, but as soon as the sun starts going down, stop whatever the hell you're doing and get back to camp.
Yeah, these guys, they're used to building stuff in the jungle, and they're assuming you have like a really bad jungle cat problem or something like that, so they're more than willing to stay out of the jungle at night. They're sort of nodding along as you go, and I think I'll put a mark on the map for where the construction project will begin, and then I'll just edit the map as it progresses.
I think the watchtower should probably go about here. That should give a good view in all directions. But since they're clear cutting the jungle, we should have plenty of material to make it from.
Yeah, and the current palisade, it's mostly piled up like a ditch that's been dug with the dirt piled behind the ditch, and then various pieces of brush and wood that sort of holds the dirt in place. And they're replacing that with more solid structure. It'll probably be 5 meters high with a ditch in front, and they'll probably prioritize the the northwest side and then work it around until it's a full perimeter. All right. Now, in the meantime, I guess this is where we could introduce the new character. Let me pull this sheet up. Oh yeah, have you come up with a name for your character, IT?
Yes. Give me 1 second. Fuck the hell's that? Okay, there we go. It's in.
All
Level
right.
list.
Nice. All right. So, meanwhile in Flagstone, and I'll move us over to that map just for a split second, just so you can get an idea here.
I'm currently in Flagstone, right?
Sorry, what was that?
I said I am currently in Flagstone, right?
Yeah. You guys, I think you were looking into hiring some medical personnel earlier, and you kind of put a hold on it.
We wanted to buy the medical work table or whatever.
Yeah, it was just a little expensive. So you
Yes,
guys,
but we did buy the hacker thing.
yeah, yeah, you have one basic field medic guy, which
Yes.
I think he's attached to one of your squads. But yeah, so you could while you're hanging out in Flagstone, and up until now you've mostly been connecting with the local merchants and important people out here.
Yes.
And I mean, it depends on how Malevolus wants to handle this, but you know, Malevolus, you would be aware that there is an open offer for someone with medical experience in this up and coming local company.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
He's gonna go ahead and check that out.
All right. Yeah. So Martin, you would get a notification that someone accepted, and you guys could set up a meeting point, so you could be at a local social establishment, some type of bar, and probably in the
Yes.
Commerce District.
Yes.
Yep.
Good idea.
And so, as you're sitting at the table, you see Malevolus walk in, and how would you describe your character?
He is wearing a red robe. Okay. Put up. Underneath his flesh, you know, he hasn't got all the augmentations yet. But you do see that he has some sort of strange garb on, like regular clothes, a belt with a symbol of a cog and a skull set in the center.
Nice.
All right. I can't remember what the. I think I have it set in the 2800s. So this guy, as far as fashion goes, is a few tens of thousands of years ahead of the curve.
To be honest, so am I. So I guess I wave at him and tell him to come over here to my table.
He approaches.
So I ask, are you the person who showed interest in our company?
Yes, I am Malevolus. I am a physician and an inventor of sorts.
My name
I-
is Martin Stavry. I'm a merchant extraordinaire. And what are your skill sets? What do you bring to the table?
I am a physician and an aspiring inventor. What I can offer you is medical treatment and later on down the line, potentially weapons.
Very nice, very interesting. I guess welcome aboard.
That was easy.
We're a
Hey,
bit low on.
that's how badly they needed a medic.
Very well. I will attempt to make you comfortable while you die.
Well, we hope. Well, of course, we hope it doesn't come to that. But well,
Of course.
Do you have any weapon specialization or
I am good with bashing things in the head.
sword? You're on. Well, I guess I give him the contract, and I sign here.
Right. Give me a moment to discuss this with my lawyers.
No need to discuss it if it is.
Very well. He signs the contract.
Very nice. I put the contract away and I take his hand.
We both shake. I give you a very firm shake and a pat on the shoulder. There we go.
Well, I guess we can spend the rest of the day drinking or something.
That'll work.
We didn't even agree on a salary.
As long as you provide me with raw materials and a place to build shit, that's all the salary I'll need.
That's great. That's fantastic. We need more people like you.
All right, yeah. So you guys can chill out in Flagstone for a while. You now have this new specialist on the payroll, and I'll go ahead and move the map back over to the relay. All right, and just so I can remember the watchtower positions, Sima was wanting. Did you say 3 watchtowers? Northwest, southwest, and northeast?
No, it was just one watchtower, kind of in the central part of this big empty space here.
All right, yeah, that works.
Zach is basically just giving me, a 360 degree view. It's the spotlights that I was wanting, around the east, north, and west.
Yeah, the spotlights. They'll right now all they've done is fill in these gaps, and then reinforced the palisade a little bit. It's still not a super solid wall. It could be pretty easily climbed over, but they have managed to mount spotlights on it. And the watchtower, they've pretty much just put down the foundation for that. And then, meanwhile, a bit of the woods has been cleared with the few hours of sunlight they had left before coming in.
As it starts to get dark, Simo will take his perch up on the garage again.
All right.
Then he'll send up his drone and basically just have it doing a back and forth patrol.
All right, and Pete, you're going to. I believe you had a rifle, and I can't remember. Were you on top of the control tower or somewhere else? Usually.
Control center.
Yeah, the control center. Okay. Okay, yeah, so the first few hours of night roll in, and the normal daylight sounds of the jungle fade away, and you have a few moments of quiet before all of the nocturnal creatures come out, and then the new ambience takes over the woodland. And yeah, it's mostly business as usual for the first hour or two. There are fewer workers awake than the first few nights. A lot of them are hanging out in front of wherever they're sleeping at, quietly talking amongst each other. Your one guardsman down in the campsite is patrolling from one barricade to the next, and everything's settled into the normal night rhythm, or I can't remember what you would call it, but the normal patrol. Your spotlights are set up. They don't have very good visibility yet because the wood still hasn't been cleared out, but it's better than the situation you had before. All right, now if both of you could give me a notice plus wisdom. All right. Yeah, so everyone in the camp pretty much notices this, including your guards that are on patrol. But there appears to be a motorized craft on the water, some type of like large motorboat or maybe a barge, smaller barge. And then once you look in that direction, you can also see the lights in the distance as it's heading upriver.
I'll send my drone to go take a closer look. Let's see if these guys are just out late night fishing or if these are river pirates or what.
Yeah, so I put a little purple square down there to mark where the boat is heading, and it's currently traveling northeast. There's a few pockets of land that it's up in between, and they seem to be scanning the shore of lights. And they see a couple of sources of light for your campsite, and they seem to be talking into their comms. And once they get within shouting distance, they seem to be yelling over at the people in the campsite up there.
I'll stay on top of the garage and just basically just keep them covered with the sniper rifle. If Pete wants to go down and talk to him, he can take one of our guys with him.
I'll grab one. So climb down and make my way over.
Yeah, I'm just I'm gonna make a new shape for this because I can't move this square anymore for some reason.
No.
Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know, whatever. Yeah, so the tokens are bugging out, but they I'll just draw it where they run to. Yeah, so they bank up on the coast, and sorry, I was struggling with that. You said you were going to sort of investigate what they're up to, traffic.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab our. See, we have one or two of our guards with us in the main area.
Yeah, up in the northern area, you have 2 guards.
Grab both of them and have them with me to meet them at the shoreline.
All right.
I'll keep them covered with the sniper. I'll pull the drone back because it's expensive and I don't want to lose it.
Yep, that makes sense. All right. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and move the tokens. The 2 guys you have up here. Yep, and once you emerge from the woods, there's like a small group of workers marked with these green arrows that are gathered at the edge of the campsite. Now, once you get closer, you see that this looks like a mobile trading barge, and it looks like they're trying to do some type of midnight bartering with some people in the campsite. It looks like they're talking through data slabs to some people that are over there. You don't really know much more than that at this distance, though, so you can go ahead and get closer if you want. You're already in shouting distance, by the way.
I'm not going to shout. I'll just keep moving. Weapons at the ready.
All right. Yeah, there's only one guy in the barge, a total of 6 people crewing the barge. Only one of them seems to be armed, though, and he just has a hunting rifle over his shoulder. And the others are all either talking on data slabs or they are holding up various goods they have. It looks mostly to be like food and clothing and survival provisions. Yep, so you can get right up to the barge within conversational distance. And at that point, looks like there's a guy. He has a simple cybernetic arm. And he says, are you one of the people in this work camp?
Yes and no.
Well, could I interest you in some exotic furs and goods from the northeastern Australian wilderness?
I've seen my fair share of the Australian wilderness. I'm alright.
All right. Well, we have gotten a few calls from people in this area that say they were in need of some survival goods, and so we made our way out here. And you know, some of them seem skeptical to approach us for some reason, but if you could talk some of them, you know, tell them that we're harmless and nothing bad will happen to them if they come down to the water. We only have this guy here with a gun for any river pirates or wildlife that attacks us.
Other people aren't what they're afraid of out here. My time isn't very safe in this area.
Ah, I see. Yes, I've seen my fair share of strange creatures in the woods, but oh well. I mean, if you don't want to come out here and do any business with us, then we can go on our way, but it would be a shame for them to miss out on the goods we have to offer them.
I can let them know that that you're here, but whether they'll come or not is up to them. They want to take the risk.
All right.
Simo radios Pete and ask them if they got any military equipment.
After I get his message, I'll ask, what kind of useful goods does he have?
Yeah, he sort of strokes this large, scraggly beard he has, and he says, well, I have some hunting rifles, I have some flares, I have some smoke canisters, and then he holds up some various animal traps, some of which are electrified and others are old-fashioned mechanical traps. And then he has a couple of anti-personal mines for the extra feisty critters.
I'm coming down.
I was going to say, I would have just told you that the only thing really good he has is the mines, really.
I'm wanting some of the traps, too. Actually, I don't really have to come down. Simo will tell you to buy the mines and the bigger traps, and I'll pay you back.
can just put it on the company.
Yeah, you can do that.
Kind of mine. You got special or just standard?
Yeah, the two things he has that you could call mines. He has the electric animal trap, which basically just releases a burst of electricity, and that one is let's see. I have to scroll to the prices, but the other one is it's a normal anti-personnel mine. Basically fires ball bearings into the air. It's designed to deal with infantry. In his case, he uses it to catch predators that will pretty much ignore all of the other traps.
How many of those you got?
Let's see. He has 3 of those, the anti-personnel mines.
How much of the electric ones?
He has 9 of the shock ones.
How much do they cost?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for right now. All right, the anti-personnel mines cost 50, and the shock mines cost 40.
Yep, buy them all.
So that'll be what, 510 credits for all 12?
Yep, I believe so.
I'll just grab all of them.
All right, yep, so that's 3 anti-personnel and 9 shock mines that you can put on. All right, and while Pete is down there exchanging credits with the guy in the boat, Simo is keeping a watch on the woods, and there appears to be a disturbance in the woods, which I'll draw with a little circle over here.
And I'll send my drone over.
All right. Yeah, it's there's a couple of birds that start making a big racket all of a sudden, and then they start flying around. And there's a couple of small, they almost like large burrowing furry creatures, like some type of large shrew or something like that. There's a bunch of those that come scurrying, across the from the northern side of the woods and bury into their holes. So there's just a lot of movement all of a sudden in that area of the woods.
All right, Simo will get on the general channel and say heads up, there's a lot of commotion woods in the north. I'll send the drone up a little bit higher, and so I can get a wider view, and I can see if I can what's causing the disturbance.
All right. Yeah, if you want to do, I can't remember how we were doing this before. I guess it was an intelligence plus notice, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, for using the drone, it was intelligence.
All right. Yeah, you lock onto a couple of different signatures that look somewhat out of the ordinary, things that aren't moving in the same direction as everything else. And so I'll put 3 different dots down, I guess, to mark that. And the movement, by the time your drone has gotten out there and you've analyzed the area for a little bit, the movement has kind of died down. So it becomes a little bit more difficult to track things in that part of the woods, but you just have those, everything's scattered from the same sort of direction, but there were three signatures that didn't seem to react the way everything else did. But yeah, you can keep monitoring that area, and you can either do something right now or just keep watch, basically.
Yeah, I'll just keep watch for now. Just let everybody know that there was multiple contacts up there.
All right. Yep. The trading has concluded. All of the mines and traps are pretty heavy to carry, but you have 2 guys down there with you, so you guys put them all on basically there's a long rope that you can tie them all to, and then sling them over your back, and then you can walk back up the hill, and the guys in the boat bid farewell and take off. The workers, some of them, they weren't really willing to come down to the water's edge, but they did some. They talked over the data slab a little bit. Just none of them wanted to come down in the middle of the night. All right, so you guys are going to head back to your original positions, or are you going to do anything with the mines at the moment?
I'm going to keep the mines for now and just wait till the clear cutting is done.
Kind of waste them to plant them in trees.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I don't want to set the traps and then risk one of our lumberjacks tripping over them and blowing themselves up.
All right, so yeah, you stow the mines away, and then you go back to your original positions for the rest of the night.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, the rest of the night goes over pretty normally. There's not too much else that happens, and then daylight comes out, and everyone goes back to work. Now there are 2 primary teams, one being the basically like a ad hoc combat engineers team that's continuing to build defenses, and the other is working on the relay tower. Oh, I didn't even notice when you jumped in. How's it going, Rommel?
Okay. Being here for a while, I'll just be.
Yeah, I was, focused and didn't see you jump in. Yeah, we mentioned this earlier, but yeah, Aloysia, I've been working off of the role you made at the end of the last session, and they've got a new team out there to help them fortify the area at the cost of the company you're working for.
Oh, very good. Have they? I Remember last time someone in their team died as well?
Yeah.
Is that true? I was just gonna. I thought I was gonna use the roll as well to see if they were gonna give us any money in cause of psychological damage to my troops.
Yeah. I mean, I think the original payout. Yeah, the original payout was 30,000, and so far you're up to 60,000, including expenses. So the you'll probably get higher and higher pay, assuming more things go wrong.
Michael, do you think that's right? Think that's enough? I don't think that's enough.
No, I
Well, we
think
also have a living and a dead specimen of this whatever parasite alien
Still-
thing that we could sell to somebody.
Still, I think we need to Karen a bit more to make
yes,
things go wrong.
definitely.
Actually, wait a minute. The company that's building this was a news company, right?
Yeah.
That's, we were gonna leak like information to the rest of the other presses, make them look bad if they didn't give us more money.
Didn't you say earlier, Mumbo, that
We could
They had-
sell these specimens to them. You'll give them the first inside scoop on this new parasite.
didn't you say that the headquarters of that company is in Flagstone? When I paid them a visit in person, and
Yeah, they have a local branch in Flagstone. You could visit them.
I could physically carry this.
Yeah.
I think I do
Nash.
that.
I think we shouldn't give them the rights to the specimen, but the rights to name it. So everyone has to work off their name.
Why even give them that?
Because then we can get more money out of them. It's just money, man. We don't give a shit about this thing.
Good point.
Why would we? It hasn't killed any of our guys yet. Let's just let it kill more of their guys, so we
Fuck
can ask for more money.
We can't let it kill more of their guys because that's part of our job is to protect them.
Yes, but we can say again, like we did last time, it's not our fault that your guys keep walking into the woods.
That's true. That is actually a very good point. They're not. That's a point that I think we should raise when we speak with them again. That that your employees did not heed the instructions of the security supervisor, and thus it is not in our responsibility what happens to them.
Yeah, we can't force people to do things. We just,
Yes.
we're there to secure
Yes.
them in an area, but we don't want to walk into the woods just for them. There's other people we need to be protecting. We could also go down the last thing that I would say is, if everything goes wrong, we can do a false flag attack, kill all their guys up there, and just say to them, "Well, we tried, but the beast came in and destroyed them all."
Yeah. The beast. He suddenly learned to use ballistic weaponry.
I know.
It
Well,
was
we
crazy.
can always put them in a. We can always cut them up and put them inside like a juicer or a smoothie maker.
Yeah.
It's always good to have a plan Z.
Yes.
Yeah.
When-
when everything goes wrong, kill everyone.
Could turn the helicopter on and we could drop them into the helicopter blades.
True. Yeah, we do have a lot of things that we could do at this point.
That would make sense.
But anyway, I won't take up any more of the time.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, so work continues through the day, and I'll just mark down the extra defoliage that has occurred. And I'll go ahead and put text for the watchtower, because they would have finished that. And it'll be a 15-meter high watchtower. All right, and you guys assume the same positions as before, or we'll say like whenever you guys wake up, you have like 30 minutes of sunlight left. So, is there anything you guys want to do before the sun sets?
Not for me.
Yeah, not really.
All right. So, if you guys want to do a notice plus wisdom.
Did you say the watchtower was done?
Yep.
All right, I'll make my new nest there.
All right. Yeah. Again, it's the ambience of the woods takes over during the night, and Pete is watching the clearing over the palisade and for any movement in the underbrush. And you don't see anything towards the beginning of the night, Simo, but you do have an unnerving feeling that you're being watched. A type of feeling that you haven't had so far in this mission.
All right, I'm gonna act normal, just basically just keep on keeping on. But I'm gonna shift through the drone's different visual spectrums and just try to get a
Just a general sweep.
try to see what's watching through
All
its
right.
eyes.
Yeah, if you want to do a I just noticed the roll you just did is a notice plus intelligence. So
Oh, I forgot to change it back.
yeah, the modifier, it's still work. It'd probably be a +9 or a 9 roll in that. If you're, I can't remember what your wisdom was. But yeah, it doesn't make too much difference. But if you want to go ahead and roll notice plus int now, you can. Yeah, so the first few sweeps don't really reveal too much, but the weather is pretty good tonight. You don't have any fog or rain like you had a few nights ago. And so with the enhanced sensors of your drone, you're able to make out several animal eyes in the woods. But there is a almost like a large kind of the reflection you would expect from a dinner plate, and I'll mark where that is. It's right on top of one of those anomalous heat signatures you found the night before. And as you're sweeping over it, you just see like this large reflective surface, and you don't really register it as anything odd, maybe just an exposed mineral or something like that. And then it disappears and reappears in the same motion as a blinking eye, but it's almost a foot across.
I'm going to zoom in with the drone, get a better view of it.
All right. Yeah, it appears to be in the middle of a tree trunk. And it takes a minute filtering through the infrared. But you get that, you look into this large jungle tree trunk, really thick at the base, and then turns into spindly leaves towards the canopy. Spindly branches of leaves towards the canopy. And in the middle of the trunk, there's just this large eye that's sort of implanted in the trunk, and it's facing towards the clearing.
Huh. Great, now the trees have eyes.
They aren't speaking Vietnamese yet, though.
I want to start recording that and basically use the drone, to record, to get footage of the entire tree. And basically, and with the grav muffles, assuming this thing has ears, with the grav muffles, as long as I stay, I think, 5 meters away from it, it shouldn't be able to hear it.
Yeah, you're pretty confident that it would have to have some crazy enhanced hearing, similar to your drone's own sensors.
So I basically just have the drone fully circled to record footage of basically every inch of it. And then once it's done that, I'll have it patrol that specific area and see if there's anything similar.
All right. Yeah, that'd probably be, let's see. Yeah, the notice plus int you did earlier was for a general sweep of the forest, so this would probably be different enough that you'd need to do another notice plus int.
Alright. Failed miserably.
Yeah, it's, yeah, you do a general sweep, you're just not convinced that the drone is penetrating the canopy sufficiently to get a good view of everything. Yeah, the eye, it does blink occasionally, and once you know where to look, you can actually see it even with your naked eye because of the reflection of the moonlight after the moon has come out later in the night. And even through the canopy, you can make out the speck of light way off in the distance. All right, so yeah, that continues for an hour or so. You've the drone has patrolled the area for a while. Was there something you wanted it to do after that that I forgot?
No, basically once I had a look around, I'll bring it back to the camp and just have it general sweeps again. If all this thing is going to do is watch me, I'll leave it be for now.
Yeah. All right. So, yeah, Pete, you're sitting on top of the control center, and you can see a a few of the corporate officers are passed out asleep. They didn't sleep much the night before, and then they worked during the day, so their exhaustion has finally overrun their fear during the night, and so they're all passed out in various positions around the control center, and then one of your guys, he looks like he's taking a quick break to get some water. He drinks some, pours the rest over his head to beat off the horrendous humidity and heat in this time of the year, and then he says that he hears something coming from inside the control center. So he just calls over the comms and he's like, "Yeah, I hear something suspicious going on behind this wall. I'm going to check it out."
I'm gonna climb down and check it out with him.
I'll send my drone with him.
All right, yeah. So you climb down, and you can do a notice plus wisdom, real quick if you want. Yeah, you're able to pay pretty close attention to this. You don't. You can hear people snoring inside. You can't really hear anything that sounds out of the ordinary. And he says, he puts a finger up like he's trying to listen to, and he says, "No, I don't hear it anymore." But he continues to walk into the room, and he's pulled his sidearm at this point because the rifle he has would be a little bit cumbersome in this little closet that he's walking into. Basically, he was on the outside of the building, and he heard something on the wall he was next to. So you're walking into the lobby of the control center, and he's walking over to a supply closet that seems to be where that wall was connected to.
I'm going to take a position and aim at the door and tell him to open the door to stand to the side.
All right. Yep. So he opens the door, and your eyes are adjusted to the darkness in this area. The control center's lights are tuned down from people sleeping in here. On the other side of the room, mind you. So you can see as the dim light pours into the room, the instant, you can do like a sort of instant reaction here, or you can wait one combat round to get a bigger view of the area. As soon as the door opens, you see a small figure, roughly the size of, let's see, like, how to describe this? Like, about a foot tall, a cubic foot, let's call it. And it's over in a corner of the room, and it seems to be in motion right now. So you can take an action right now, or you can wait one combat round and let your eyes focus and everything like that.
It's in the room with us, or it's in the closet? Or
It's
did
in-
it come out of the closet?
It's in the closet. It's not leaping towards you or anything.
Shot.
All right. Go ahead and roll your weapon shooting.
What if it's a cute little bunny?
It's about to be dinner then. Ah, shit. I don't remember if I had my trank rounds or regular ammo this time. I want to say I switched.
I think the last thing we did was... Well, you probably would have switched over to regular rounds because you went down to the riverbank when the boat came by, so you would have probably switched to regular ammo,
Yeah.
just in case.
I also remember traffic swapping to regular rounds at one point because the trank rounds killed the last specimen you had anyway. When you over-tranked it, that was. Alright. Yeah, so the rifle goes off, and everyone in the room startles awake all of a sudden. And the rifle, the bullet bounces off of the concrete side of the control center wall, and then lands into a box of, looks like supplies, like overalls and stuff like that absorbs the bullet. And then you see the figure in the bottom of the floor appears to be digging into the concrete wall, or into the wall and floor, like it's trying to burrow under the wall. And it appears to be a animated human spine with a small growth at the top of it.
Okay, then.
Going to tell the guard with me to take it out. Our priority is to kill it.
All right.
Should we do initiative or?
Yeah, I think we could do initiative just in case things don't turn out as anyone expects. Alright, so the Merc is going to go ahead and fire with his sidearm. Hold on, I need to fill that in real quick. I forgot that the NPC sheets, for some reason, they don't fill in weapons the same way.
This drone was able to fit in the building, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's small.
Right, so it's by this point it sees the skull and spine dig.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd be able to see that. Yeah, I got the roll off. So yeah, he shoots with a pistol, and it's a pretty accurate shot, but it just wings the side of it, not doing too much damage. And then it's Pete's turn. All right. Yeah, you hit it pretty much in the center of the large bulbous piece at the that seems to be controlling the rest of the mass, and seems to spray bits of matter against the wall, and then it falls over limp. And yeah, so it turns out we didn't need that initiative order, but we might have, so.
So say if we missed enough times, it might have got away.
Yeah, you never know. All right, yeah. So now you have a bit of gristle in the closet, and everyone's. This has been like between 6 and 8 seconds in total. So everyone's just now woken up and they don't even know what's going on or if the fight has ended yet. So
I'm going to have the guard keep an eye on the spine, and I'm going to go and get a head count. Who's okay?
Yep. Yeah, you find the architect and the foreman, and then there's a handful of other corporate management that were stationed here, and you get a head count, and everyone seems to be here. They were all sleeping in this room or in the office.
I want to send the drone to go look at the containers that our 2 specimens are in.
All right. Yeah, you look at the containers. One of the containers looks pretty much exactly like how you found it. The other one looks like it's bulged out a little bit. Like there's some pressure from the inside. And you have some little air holes drilled in the top of it. And those don't look like they've been compromised. But then looking closer at the bottom, it looks like something chewed its way through a corner.
Is that the one the living one was in? Dead one.
The dead one.
Guess it wasn't so dead.
And I'm going to hop down from the tower and tell Pete what I found and tell him to meet me there. I want to have a look inside it.
I'm going to have this guard, or I guess I'll probably just have the guard do it. Have it collect what's left of the skull and spine and put it in something for storage, and then bring it to meet Simo. While he does that, I'll go with Simo.
All right. Okay, so yeah, and I was messing with one of the handouts, trying to wrangle it in the Roll20 interface. So if I missed anything, it's unintentional. You guys wanted to let's see. Simo and Pete were going to try and pry open the bulging crate. And what were you wanting the other guard to do?
The one that was in the control center, I want it to put what's left of skull and spine in something to contain it, and then bring it to us.
Gotcha. Yeah, you have some lockers that would fit that. So, and he uses, he maybe grabs like a shovel or something like that. You don't have to order him to not touch that with his hands. Yep, so you got that contained. And then what do you guys want to do?
Pry open its original container and see what the hell happened inside.
All right. Yeah, so yeah, you can you're going to use a well, I guess I should describe it first. So you have a large heavy-duty cargo container with a few holes that were drilled into the top of it. There's a large latch that normally opens it. And the latch looks like it's still closed, like you can put a padlock on it if you wanted to. How do you want to go about this?
First, I want to kind of knock on the sides on the bulging parts to see if there's, a hollow ring to it, or if, there's something pressed up against it to see if it's under pressure.
Yeah, it looks like there's a little bit of give to the metal. The metal looks like it's been stretched out, and then when you bang into it, it definitely feels like there's a lot more mass in there than you would expect. But there's some what do you say, like, give to it. It looks like it's not currently being pressed on.
All right, I'm gonna I guess see if we can find us a pry bar and pry the latch open and see if I can get the lid off.
Yeah, the latch. When you try it, if you tried it with your hand, it doesn't budge at all because the metal's been warped. But with a pry bar, you can force the lid open.
Do you want to do this in base, or do you want to take it out into the clearing? Because we don't know what's going to be.
Well, if we do it in here, it's still relatively contained. If we do it outside, it might get away. Assuming there's something still living.
All right. So yeah, sorry, I missed that last bit. Were you wanting you wanted to open it up in this room, or were you wanting to drag it somewhere first?
Open it in this room. That way, if something is still alive in there, it's still contained in this room.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and it should be noted as well. There's the breach in the bottom corner is fairly tiny. There's a little bit of puddle of ooze down there. But it's a smaller hole. So yeah, that's the other thing to note about the condition of the box. But yeah, you force the lid open, and let me see here. Yep. So yeah, you force the lid open, and then you see a. It looks like a large soup of tissue. It looks like the whole body is sort of unwoven itself, and it looks kind of deflated, like it puffed up a bit, and then it sort of withered away. And the sort of stench that permeates the room through the holes in the box grows significantly once you pry it open.
Burn it.
Alright, I'm gonna shut the lid back and see if we can find some scrap metal and a welder. Seal this thing back up.
All right.
Well, I tracked down. Shit, what was the boss lady's name that was in charge of this place?
Yeah, Edna Stavron.
Edna. Sienna's gonna go track down Edna while Pete seals the container back up.
Yeah, she's in this room with everyone else, just sort of watching what you're doing with interest.
He's gonna tell her that get in touch with your bosses ASAP, since this dead one wasn't apparently as dead as we thought it was, and it mutated, for lack of a better term. I want to get these two things out of here and to a laboratory. Let's get them researched and figure out what in the hell we're dealing with. Because we've still got a live one contained, and I don't want it turning into some kind of freaking monster under our noses. More than it already is a monster. If a dead one can chew its way out of a box, I don't want to see what a living one.
All right.
We need to get these things transported out of here into a laboratory or something.
Yep. So if one of you wants to try and fashion a more secure box for it, you could roll a. This might be a intelligence plus fix to jury rig something together.
Hey, Nash,
Yeah.
I'm getting a staticky signal coming from you. I'm not sure if anyone else can hear it, but
Yeah, it does sound pretty staticky. Do you have a fan or something blowing at you?
Not at me. Got an AC going in the background. Check something real quick.
No, it sounds like you're in a really windy place anytime you talk. I don't know why though.
It's probably my mic. How about now?
better. Good.
Yeah, it's my mic. I need to get another one.
All right, yeah. So you managed to find a box. There's not a lot of materials to work with out here. You find something that can basically contain the creature, and it'll probably still be able to eat through this box, assuming it could eat through the last one. But you do your best to reinforce it as well as you can with the materials on hand.
Could just burn it.
Well, if we were the Imperium, we would burn it. But we're not the Imperium, and we don't fear knowledge.
I spit on that line of thinking.
All right. So yeah, that was a good deal of excitement from that. You also have the guard down in the new campsite. A few like while you're fixing up this new box, he asked for a status report from up there because people down in the campsite that heard the gunshot want to know what's going on. So you guys sort that out well enough as well.
Yeah, I'll just tell him that we had an animated human spine chew its way out of a metal container and try to dig its way through a concrete wall, but everything's contained now.
Yep, it's all fine now. No, they yeah, it's you know, they spend the rest of the night pretty much awake. This happens a little bit later in the night anyway, something like 2 or 3 o'clock. And so yeah, they most of them are up for the day now. And once you have that box built, is there anything you want to do? Go back to positions or anything else?
Yeah, I go back to positions.
All right. Yeah, the employees in the control center, they set up their bunks again, but they have someone keeping watch, and they've moved as much away from the crates you have as possible, so that is harder for something to get away without notice. And the rest of the night passes with no incident. All right, so now that it's morning again, do you guys want to anyone in the main base or flagstone could do anything, you know, now that another day has passed, and the guys actually at the relay tower can choose to do something during the day if they want. You know, it's just opportunity if you ever want to, if you want to ferry anyone around, or bring in your medical expert, or maybe pursue a new line of reasoning with the local military or the news network, then you can choose to do that now if you want.
gonna keep doing what I've been doing. Some rest. Unless what happened last night gets any other response from Edna's boss.
Oh yeah, I remember what I was gonna do. Once it gets daylight, before he goes to bed, Simo's gonna walk out there and to the tree. Well, not exactly up to it. He's gonna stay a few meters away, at least, out of range of its branches, should this thing be able to move, and see if this thing has any intelligence to it, or if it's just an eyeball in a tree.
All right. Yeah, so you sort of approach it, and it's actually a lot more difficult to locate during the day once you're going through the woods, because it doesn't have the reflective properties it has, are not as noticeable without the night. But you do have a drone to guide you through the woods, so you find the tree where the thing can be expected to be. And what kind of distance do you want to be from it?
Since I had the drone basically, circle all the way around it, I kind of know, how big the branches are. So I just want to stay however many meters back those are, in case for some reason it can control its movement and tries to reach down and grab me.
Yeah, that's probably a good call. All right, yeah, so you can stay. It's a pretty big tree. You can be 20 meters away is more than safe to get away from the branches, though, and you can get a pretty good look at it. Once you approach it, you're within sort of conversational distance from it. You do see the eye, but it closes as you emerge from the brush, and the lid appears to be made of a material that mimics the bark. So it's practically invisible once you're up close to it.
Well, I guess I'm gonna see if this thing is intelligent or not. I'll call out to it and say, I already know you're there. I saw you watching me last night, so you might as well show yourself.
All right. Do a notice plus wisdom. Yeah, so there's a general jungle ambience around you, so it's hard to filter out a specific noise. But you do get a the hairs on the back of your neck raise up for a minute, like some sort of presence makes itself known, and then stops. Like there is sort of an unnerving feeling that comes and goes a little bit after you say that. And you don't notice any movement or any sounds, but there may have very well been some noise that just didn't make itself known above the general jungle racket.
Alright, I'm gonna risk getting slightly closer. Move in, I guess, 5 meters. And ask if, was that you I just felt just now? Communicate. I'll have my drone, amplify any audio, record any audio, I guess, and try to filter out background noise.
All right. Yeah. So as you walk a little bit closer, your foot maybe brushes across one of the roots of the tree that sort of perforate the ground around the area for a good distance. And you don't feel the root move, but the eye opens up at that point, and it looks directly at you. And you can see it's a very complex-looking eye. There are many lenses behind a sort of translucent material that the eye is made of. And it appears to look through you at several points as well. Like it's scanning you in great detail.
Well, since I'm obviously within reach now of the roots and it doesn't seem to be hostile, I'll move a little bit closer slowly.
All right. Yeah, the tree doesn't move at all, but the eye keeps its lock on you.
Something.
Yep. So about how close are you at this point?
Probably about 10 meters.
Okay. Do a quick mental save. All right. Yeah, so you have that same unnerving feeling that you had momentarily a little while ago comes back, and you feel like a slight twinge, like a bad migraine, but it only lasts for a few seconds. And a couple of, you see images of yourself flash through your mind, and then it ends as quickly as it began. So you see yourself from the eye's perspective for a second.
So this thing is psychic in some. Could I feel any intent with it, or was it just entirely visual?
No, it's like it just sent images to you. It felt like, and you got that after being within 10 or so meters of it. You didn't get any emotions along with it.
Does it fucking psych us now?
It's about 60 meters back. I want to radio Pete and tell him that found something interesting. I'll give him the coordinates where I'm at and say if I'm not back in 30 minutes, basically come in here guns blazing. And after that, I'll move and try to prepare myself mentally as best I can, since that was kind of unexpected. And I'll move within 5 meters of it.
All right. Yeah, the eye, once it sees you moving closer, it looks around, looks past you and above you, and darts around left and right, and then it appears to be almost like a panicking motion as you move within 5 meters, and you can hear a faint noise of like tendons being pulled to make these movements deep in the tree trunk. But that's about it as you move forward. As soon as you are within 5 meters of it, is there anything else you want to do then?
I'll basically lower my gun at that point. Tell it that I mean no harm because I still don't even know if they can even understand me.
Shoot it. Okay.
It's just a tree. I want to find out what it is.
Yeah, it doesn't appear to be doing anything. It looks pretty much, pretty much helpless from where you are right now.
Does it appear to calm down any after I spoke?
Yeah, it does stop moving after a while, and you can actually notice also when you're closer that the tree, it matches the age of most of the trees around it, but this tree, it looks like all of the leaves are beginning to wilt at the same time, kind of like you would expect a tree in autumn, except this tree, of course, doesn't have that sort of seasonal effect, being in the tropical rainforest. So it looks like the whole tree has died yesterday, pretty much, and so that's the other thing you notice maybe once you're closer.
I'm gonna have my drone basically record the entire tree again now that it's daylight. I guess if it doesn't seem to be intelligent or nothing like that, I guess I'll leave it be and head back to camp.
All right.
Fortunately, it's outside the clear cutting zone, so once I get back to camp, I'll just report what I found. That there's a tree out there with an eyeball in it that apparently has limited psychic powers, but otherwise doesn't appear to be hostile.
All right, and a little bit more wall is completed, and another section of rainforest has been cleared. And eventually night sets in again. At this point, the relay tower, most of the piping and scaffolding has been laid, and they're currently working on the electronics and the transmitters, and also reinforcing it for storm season. Yeah, there's a little bit of rain that begins, and most of the day is overcast. So that continues throughout the day hours.
Well, once I'm back to the camp and report in, Simo's gonna hit the hay and prepare for the night.
All right. Yeah, so throughout the day, they work on the tower. And yeah, eventually everyone wakes up, and you have 30 minutes until sunset.
Before I take my post, I'll go track down Edna and see if she got a hold of her bosses.
Yeah, she's been on the phone with her bosses for the last few days. They've mostly been instructing them to how to cut a few corners and get out of there earlier for the relay tower. They've been making some pretty steady progress along those lines, and they've received some extra supply shipments, extra construction drones, and through airdrop mostly, and so that's what she's been organizing for the last few days.
Have they mentioned anything about the 2 specimens we have? Well, technically 3 now.
Yeah, they mentioned those as well. She also sent a few pictures of the situation, and yeah, she's been using that to her advantage in the negotiations. Corporate back home doesn't really know what to make of it yet. They've contacted. They've only been able to find one xenobiologist, and he wasn't of much help in this situation.
He'll tell her about the tree with the eye in it while he's there.
Yeah, it's just more weirdness. She doesn't know much of what to think about that.
Fortunately, it appears to be harmless, or at least not hostile, but it does seem to have some psychic ability. Somehow.
All right, yeah. So as the night sets in, one of your guards sees a it looks like a some type of large riverboat. It's not the same as the barge you saw earlier, but it appears to be drifting down the river. And this is really early in the night, like it's still kind of twilight out. And he sees it through the clearing. He's on the north side of the encampment, and he sees, oh, wrong button. He sees through the clearing up onto the northeastern side of the river, and he doesn't have any. His binoculars aren't able to make out too much, but he points it out to you.
All right, I'll send my drone over to have a look.
Yeah, it looks to be an 8-person riverboat, more specialized towards personnel than cargo, possibly a hunting barge, and it appears to that the anchor is deployed, but the boat's still moving, so it's probably detached, and the awning it looks like it's covered in rips and tears. You don't see any personnel on board as well.
Is there any feasible way we could I guess if the river's not moving too fast, I guess we just swim out and get aboard.
Yeah, you could. It would probably be an exert roll. You could swim over and attach a grappling hook, assuming you don't have none of you have a grapple gun, and you could have people on the shore pull it to the side.
My strength isn't the best.
Do we have one of our employees drunk? Got Nate.
Yeah, you could have your employees give it a shot.
Got a decent dexterity. Would dexterity help with swimming?
This would probably be a strength roll, I think.
Yeah, so I've only got a 7. But I can loan him my rope and grappling hook because I do have that.
All right. So did you want to try this with one of your guys rolling to assist, or you could have both of your guys rolling to assist?
You can have both.
All right. And it's a little bit, there's not...
So that's a 2 with both of them assisting.
Oh, no, I'll roll for them real quick.
Oh.
All right. The way assist works is you can have as many people as you want assist, but the benefit can never exceed +1. So they both succeeded, but you get a +1 to your roll.
Okay.
Yeah, and it's still raining out, so there's all the mud flats which were dry mud flats before. They've turned back into normal mud flats, but it's just ankle deep mud at this point. So not just a little bit inconvenient. Yeah, and you guys, 3 of you swim out with the grappling hook and attach it to the vehicle. And you manage to drag it to the shore. Is there anything you want to do at that point?
Once we got it ashore, we'll start looking through it, see if I can get a better idea of what exactly happened.
Okay. Yeah, you see there's a couple of, they look like recently cured pelts. Like maybe some big cat pelts and a couple of smaller creatures. And you can see some old 4 pairs of hunting boots. And but the other provisions are fairly lacking. It looks like there's no rucksacks or travel kits in the barge like you might expect. There is a lot of dried blood, but the boat itself, it looks like it has a little bit of a leak in the bottom. So any blood that would have pooled in the bottom of the boat has probably been washed away. But there's a little bit of dried blood on the sides of the boat. Probably less than 2 days old. And there's lots of, it looks like animal scratches in the awning. Like something was rustling around in the back of this vehicle.
Is there any other signs of combat, like bullet holes or shell casings or anything like that?
Yeah, you can, let me see what kind of roll, because this would be kind of a detective investigation type thing probably. So let me see if there's something better than int plus wisdom for this. Well, notice plus wisdom, I mean to say. Yeah, you could probably do either of well, this would probably be intelligence plus notice actually, if because you're doing a forensics-esque examination. All right. Yeah. So you don't find any bullet casings in the bottom of the boat, but you do see. You pick up some gunpowder dust that is fairly recently to see there was a lot of shooting that was done out of this boat within the last day. and normally you wouldn't have been able to catch that with the rain that's going on right now, but you're able to find it in certain dry spots of the boat. And you can see that there was a lot of shooting done from the back of this boat recently. And you also know that the dried blood, you can pick up some fingerprints from it, but there are also some, it looks like some type of animal hair, the type of hair you wouldn't find on a human. That's you can find almost like paintbrush strokes from where some animal covered in blood was in the back of this vehicle doing all kinds of carnage, it looks like.
All right, I'll report back everything I found to Pete. Looks like these hunters found something that they couldn't handle. It was a hell of a fight aboard. I'm assuming they're either all dead or they all abandoned the boat. There's some minor damage, looks like a leak in it, but I'm sure with your handy skills you can probably repair it. Other than that, it looks like we found ourselves a free boat.
Yep, and the anchor was cut with a knife. It looks like a vibro knife. Yeah,
Which means wherever they were at, they were wanting to get out of there in a hurry and didn't bother pulling it up.
All right. So yeah, you can beach that boat fairly easily with 3 people. And is there anything else you want to do at that point?
Has the river been moving at a relatively steady pace over the last few days?
What's been moving?
The river, has it been speeding up or slowing down, or has it stayed at a pretty regular pace over the last few days?
Yeah, when it was storming a few days ago, it picked up pace a good deal. But every other day, including today, it's been pretty steady.
So using my best guess, would the storm have happened before whatever happened on this boat happened, or after?
Yep. What happened on this boat would have happened the day after the storm.
All right, I'm going to, judging by the speed of the river, I'm going to look at my overall map of the region and see if I can guesstimate where this boat came from, giving roughly 2 days of travel down the road.
All right. Give me just a second. I think I'll use crane color. Let's see if that works here. So this is a very shallow riverboat, and as I've mentioned at some other points, this region, the Orobi Demilitarized Zone, is what would be called heavily, I guess heavily irrigated might be the word. There's rivers basically going everywhere. You can go to almost every tile by riverboat. And so while they could have, of course, taken the river, the because of how small this craft is, it can make up. You could probably sail this craft up a stream that's no more than 10 meters wide. And so it probably came from anywhere within this circle.
Okay, so anything roughly 200 to 400 kilometers. That's decent distance. So whatever happened to him, we shouldn't have to worry about that. I was worried about something else, some other big fucking creature running around in the woods that we have to worry about now. But if it was 200 kilometers away, we probably don't have to worry about it.
All right. So yeah.
I have.
Oh, sorry. What was that?
I just wanted to ask how many days I've been in Flagstone.
Yeah. Let me check in the calendar.
Be right back real quick. I need to use the bathroom.
Okay.
What day are we at in the calendar?
I think we're on the 11th. I'm updating it up to that point now.
Okay, so I've been in Blackstone since at least. Well, I think since the entire duration of this mission, at least for at least a good part of it.
Yeah, the tower is very nearly completion at this point. Yep, and yeah, this is being wrapped up, but you guys are free to do anything in the town that you can think of before the fighting guys get back, or if you want to fly out and make your way useful at the relay tower, that's also an option.
Could I make myself useful there?
Yeah, well, there's workers that are there are things that social characters can do in this situation as far as motivating workers and administrative tasks, but you can also just hang out in Flagstone until a different opportunity arises if you want.
Mhm.
All right, I'm back.
Right,
So
welcome back.
did I finish connecting myself with Exo? Or is it still going on?
I believe so. Let me double check.
Because if it's finished, I'm getting out of there.
Yeah, you've been there for more than a week, so you'll be connected with Flagstone.
Okay, so is there a way I could continue with the painting quest?
Yeah, you could do that. I have a painting mission notes that you should be able to see up near the top of the journal. So if you want to refamiliarize yourself with that and decide which which thread you want to follow.
But these, like, we've already spoken with Martin Tyndall. So I guess we go. So those, so Peter Galbraith and Caressa Aldrich are both in the city down south, right?
Yeah, Fariam. I can go ahead and move you guys to the map just so you can eyeball it real quick.
So is there a quick way to get there for me?
Yeah, you can. You guys can purchase passage to Fariam. I'd have to look up how much that would cost, but it'd probably be something between 40 and 80 credits.
Okay, I do that.
Okay.
Since you're on a mission, just take it out of company expenses.
I added to my goal to finish the painting quest.
Yeah, I was going to ask you guys about your goals at the end of the relay. But yeah, that's a perfectly good goal.
So I guess I'm on my way to Ferrarium.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just writing down the company expenses to make sure I don't forget.
Are you going there by transport?
I assume some sort of flight thing, like helicopter or something.
Yeah, air transport. Let me look up how much that'll cost.
How much XP would finishing that quest give me?
Alright, sorry, I was tabbed out. Yeah, it'll actually cost, the flight will cost 250 based on what I just calculated. But that, yeah, you still have enough money in the bank for that. And as for the quest XP, it'll depend on the outcome.
Okay.
If you were to wrap up the quest as soon as possible right now, like if the quest were currently finished, it'd probably give you it'd probably give everyone at least 2 XP, and then it would give you an extra 2 if you've been working on it as your goal. So you'd get 4 XP. I was going to eventually put together a sheet, for my own use to help keep track of everyone's goals. But for now, once we wrap up this relay quest, I was just gonna ask everyone what their goals were and award XP accordingly.
Okay.
I'm hoping to keep everybody around the same level, but I'm also trying to work with how XP is supposed to be in Stars Without Number, so that, just in case any of you are wondering.
Hmm.
Alright, yeah, so I'll go ahead and move your little red mark over to Thorium.
How long does this take? Like the transport?
This will be, let me check.
It's 1,600 kilometers, so if you go 1,600 kilometers an hour, you'll be there in an hour.
Yeah, it's about a 3.5 hour flight. Given that you'll probably have to wait an hour or two to get the plane loaded and everything, so it'll like a total of 5 hours, including prep for travel.
That's doable.
And actually, let's see. You could, if you wanted, you could bring Malevolus along with you, or Malevolus you could
that's
choose.
nice.
You could choose to remain in Flagstone, or you could I mean, there's a bunch of places you could help out right now. To be honest, you could go to the relay, to the main base, or to Fariam with Martin.
I think my opinion is he think it at the relay he would be better. Or
Yeah, probably with the medical expertise.
yes,
Very well. I shall go. Relay. Yeah.
All right.
I do tell Alyosha with my compet that I'm on my way to Vivarium and that I'm
Okay. I'll ask you if you want me to tell the IT guy anything. I like to look after your compad to see if anyone's trying to hack you.
I think we already did that though.
Yeah,
Like,
but he might be doing other things right now, like getting our system up and running.
Okay. Well, the last time I asked him about this, he said that our compets are relatively secure. Like it would need,
Okay.
like because they're off world, they cannot
Like,
be.
Did he say
like-
Disney level secure or iPhone level secure?
Good question. I don't remember.
Yeah, well, he said the basic encryption on your data slabs is pretty decent. There's not too much he can do to upgrade it beyond that because you have tech level 4 compads.
But I thought he said he could check if someone was trying to
Yeah,
do anything.
yeah, that's what he was saying. He was basically saying he can't do much to upgrade your passive defense, but he can basically do digital overwatch for you to increase your active defense.
Do you want me to tell him to do that, or do you want me to tell him to read into these, like, basically do web searches on these creatures that we found, or possibly the riverboat?
I can do both. Like, or can he not?
Yeah, yeah, it probably would be one or the other. He can spend a day doing Overwatch, or he can spend a day doing research.
Well, I think doing the research first, and then he can do the Overwatch until otherwise
All
noted.
right. I'll tell him to do research on the riverboat and find out like where it was heading, where like if it lost contact anywhere along the way. Anything he can find out. If we have the information on like register numbers and that.
Yeah, you could.
Did the team give us anything?
Yeah, you could put something like that together. This boat doesn't seem to have any registry number on it, but from the description of the boat, you could look through logs in Flagstone, and that would be a research role that he would do.
Okay. How much would it cost me personally to set up a small, what's it called? Like, oh, what's it called? Break time, like basketball,
Recreational
field,
area.
no, not field. Yeah, recreational area for the base.
Yeah, I can look into that. You could do a makeshift recreational area for the time being, and then set up a proper one with, equipment and all that later. Let me.
Yeah, like how much time would it take me to do a makeshift? Because I'm just trying to boost morale right now back there, and talk to whoever we're working with at the moment.
I could procure like poker tables or billiard tables or something like that.
Yeah, you can do a if you want to do a fix plus I guess it'd be fix plus intelligence, and then you'll get a +1 from having everyone assist you on their spare time to, you guys can put together a a field and a ball of something to mess with. All right. I don't even know how to interpret that role, to be honest.
I guess he's
I
switched.
just put a rock on the floor and say, "Play,
Well,
play with the rock."
you know what this reminds me of is when you're playing RimWorld and you tell your colonist to dig a grave and he botches the construction, like he botches digging a hole in the ground.
You just made a larger mound. Oh god. So what do I make, Doctor?
I have
What do I come up with everyone's help?
Yeah, I'm gonna say you guys decided you were going to clear off a little area, have like a field to play ball in, or just something for recreational activities. But you spent the day instead trying to get the lawnmower started.
Damn. The machine spirit was not with me.
Yep, not today. All right. I'm going to take 5 to get a drink and stuff like that. So if you guys have anything you need to take care of, then I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, that roll.
It is like the worst. It's like on the most useless thing.
God.
I
Double
mean,
1 minus 1 minus 1 plus 1.
I could get like poker tables or billiard tables or something like that.
Yeah, I was just thinking like the farmers, so when they're done they can go
Oh,
out and have a game of football or basketball.
oh yeah.
If we got some females they could, do some volleyball. Or we could go down Top Gun, like get some fighter pilots to play volleyball with.
Yeah, and really gay shorts.
Mm.
So, what will I be doing?
Stopping people from getting internal parasites that will burst through their stomachs.
Okay, that should be
Just
simple
bash the
enough.
head in.
And not getting one yourself.
Giving people paracetamol and saying you'll be fine.
Hmm.
Prescribing opioids for people who are depressed.
Giving them copious amounts of drugs.
There's
And
nine
given
chickens
the
in the house.
inspiration for your character, probably using any excuse to replace
Oh, fuck,
limbs
the
with
smoke alarm is
cybernetics.
2. Yes. Someone comes
Oh,
in
what's that? You stumbled to the wood and scraped your knee. Well, we're going to have to replace the whole leg.
and-
But I don't have any parts right now, so we're just gonna cut it off and give you a peg leg for now.
What's this? I
Uh,
have a.
he's a
parasite
tech
leg.
priest. He could just make a steam-powered leg.
I could do that, yes.
A steam-powered leg with no materials. Just boiling a kettle and pouring it on it. Honestly, don't know what to do right now. All I can do is sit at base and talk shit to people.
I need to perhaps bribe some workers, materials.
Well, I mean, you could
Hmm.
get them without spending your own money. Like I could get them for you and pay with the company savings.
Well, it depends. What do you want me to build, and what can I build at my level?
What's your fixing? Uh,
Let me pull that up real quick. My level is. My fix is at 1.
Well, I'm sure you could, like, I don't know.
Modify weapons,
Yes.
make sights, overcharge what's called laser rifle.
Yes.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Do we have like razor wire around? Not razor wire. Razor. You know what I mean? Like the.
Yeah, I mean, you can buy laser rifles. They aren't manufactured on this planet, but they are imported.
No, I meant. Do we have what's it called? You know the things on top of fences, the wire, the like
Razor
Razor
wire.
wire.
Barbed wire.
barbed
No.
wire.
Well, there's barbed wire, and then there's also razor wire, which you use both.
Electrify barbed wire and then put razor wire on the top. Overkill.
Electrified poison. Barbed wire with razor wire.
Just do the bamboo shoot shit like stuff. Just like rub your own shit all over the barbed wire, electrify it, and then put some razor wire somewhere. Bamboo poles sticking out everywhere. I really want to fucking work on the base as well. Like we're making foxholes in the Otori homesteader's place, but why don't we have that in our base? Like tell some of the troops to make fortified positions.
Yeah, I think this recent mission has helped convince Nash and Traffic to focus on foxholes for a little while.
Well, I mean, so far, up until this mission, everything in the wilderness is, basically been rather, tame. I mean, the worst thing we come across was the bugs, and that wasn't really that much of a threat, to us. I mean, yeah, I got fucked up, and, we killed them easily enough. We come up here, though, and it's like, fuck, this is a death world.
We definitely need heavy bolters.
Can we uproot the tree with an eye and plant it at our base, looking away from our base?
It might take exception to that.
Maybe
It's a
we
tree,
could.
it can't say anything.
It carry consent.
Yeah, silence is consent.
It's not a no.
Maybe we could like hook it up to some monitors, and then it can it has like a living security camera.
All right. I guess I'll move us over. Well, actually, before that, just so I can get an idea. So the base has a generator and air conditioning. Your farming plots are coming along pretty well. There have been a couple of encounters with wildlife sort of migrating in preparation for the rainy season. But other than that, it's kind of a slow, peaceful life over at the base. Alyosha is struggling with the lawnmower with a couple of the farmers, and that's an ongoing project. So that's what's going on that front. And then Martin has just flown to Fariam, which is whereas Pira is a large city that has shrunk drastically in size due to the economic ramifications of the war. Fariam has sort of the opposite effect, where it was a tiny nobody village before the war, and so it was mostly ignored. And now all the refugees have come here, and the area has sort of become a boom town with the post-war trade coming from the Central Lakes. So there's lots of homeless and shanty towns because there are more people than available houses, but there's also pretty high profit margins here currently. So a lot of people are becoming wealthy really fast here.
Interesting. Opportunities. So I guess well, can I do the connecting thing and the and looking for which one was it? I guess I start with looking for Peter Galbraith.
Yeah, you can pursue him. I'll put this down in the calendar so I don't lose track of the sequence of events here.
So I can do both. I can both connect and look for that guy.
Yeah, connect. I think we established it's pretty much passive.
Yes.
The only time you can't connect is if you specifically say you're laying low, like you're in a safe house. As long as you're out doing something in the city, your connect will work.
Okay. So can I roll to ask? Well, I would basically repeat what I did last time and go to the upper, where the upper classes, meet and ask a bit.
Yep.
Do I have to roll for that?
Yeah, I'm just taking a note real quick, and then I'll look up what this would entail. All right. So let's see. That'd probably be a charisma plus connect if you want to you basically talk to people at upper class establishments.
Oh, that's good.
All right. Yeah, it's you're pretty much you're new in town and you're learning the various places where people spend time and the various social gatherings. You don't make too much progress within the first day of your arrival, and you're still looking for a good place to set up and spend. You find a place to spend the night, but you'll probably move on to a better place once you know the city a bit better.
Okay. Then. Well, I guess I go to bed then.
Yep. You haven't heard anything about Peter Galbraith recently, and most of the big news is about a month old by now. So even though some people are still talking about it, it's not hot news anymore until there's another major development in the story. So yeah, you're on the track heading that direction, but you haven't met him and you don't know where he lives yet.
Okay. Well, I guess I take my shotgun with me to bed, just in case.
Yep. All right. And
what's that profile? What's that? Who's that guy?
oh, the Malevus.
Malevolous.
Malevolus.
No, I meant Rommel changed his character image.
He fits Aloysius' image a lot better.
Oh, okay.
Can't remember the name of the guy. I can.
Looks like some fucking Russian politician or something like that.
Yes, he is.
Oh man.
But he's a good Russian politician.
Is that such a thing?
So sick. Can't say his name in Russian.
Whatever. He's a faggot anyway.
Alexander something. Chensky. Lebrovsky? I don't fucking know.
So I guess that was my day.
All right. Yeah, I think we got everyone roughly caught up with the relay. There's just been a lot of downtime going on in the background while stuff has been going down in the jungle. Alright, so I'll move us back over to that map for a bit. And you guys just have the boat. After you've investigated it, you just pretty much beach it and make sure it doesn't go anywhere.
Yep.
All right. Yeah, so work continues during the day, and it appears that the company has dropped off a medical crate, and there's a technician who knows how to administer some stems, and so they're trying to. Everyone is super low energy from losing sleep, so they're gonna hop everyone up on stems and try to bulldoze through this project as fast as possible.
Woohoo! Math!
Yep. Any problem can be solved with a healthy or not so healthy application of meth. Alright, so they clear away another section of jungle. And, let's see. And then as night sets in, you guys have 30 minutes or so to kill before dusk.
Since these areas here are pretty much cleared out, as we start planting some of the traps and mines.
Alright.
Because we should probably do that during the daytime instead of at night, so nothing sneaks up on us. So we'll do that in the morning, I guess, before we go back to bed.
I want to check on the crates. Sure, nothing
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah, we should start checking those constantly, or at least regularly.
All right. The bulged or the crate that used to be bulged out is what is it? It's mostly the same. It's continued to rot at a rapid rate. There's almost nothing left of the original matter that was in the crate. As for the other box, which I believe the process was you put the guy into a body bag and then put the body bag into a container, was I think what was done.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, so that crate is, it looks like it's beginning to warp a little bit, and you don't see any, you don't see or hear any movement from inside of it. Do you want to investigate it any further?
No, we should probably get that thing out of here.
Was the one that was bulging, was that the one where we put the alive guy in?
Oh, no, the one that was bulging was the first body you found off in the woods. The guy that got dragged off. The second, the one that's now beginning to bulge outwards, is the guy that was alive.
Should we open it now and see what's going on with him?
I don't really think we should open. I think we should probably load it on the helicopter and get it the fuck out of here. Get it back to civilization.
But take it where? Who's gonna want to store this?
Da, 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 da. Didn't we make contact with any xenobiologists when we were trying to sell the bugs?
Yeah, you found a few of them. One of you may even have a xenobiologist marked on your character sheet somewhere under contacts.
Yeah, she did.
But yeah, you can always find one in Flagstone. Even though Flagstone is a small city, its main business is archaeology and xenobiology. So whereas you wouldn't normally find a xenobiologist in a city of that size, Flagstone is a special case.
So how fast could we get this thing there?
Let me see. A little over an hour.
All right, that sounds good. Let's load this thing up and take this thing to the city. We'll see if we can contact that guy en route and be like, "Hey, we're bringing you something."
All right. And just to clarify, oh, actually, yeah, we rewound a little bit. So, yeah, would you do this at the in the morning, or what time would you start this?
Basically, as soon as we noticed it bulging, we would start.
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah. So once it's beginning to warp the crate, yeah, you can go ahead and load it onto a helicopter. And since it's an hour's travel, so you'll be back before dusk.
is there anything I can do?
Well, yeah, you could have Simo and Pete. You guys would be aware of the new hire. He might be able to examine it, or even if not, at least fly out and assist you guys. But yeah, that's something you could think on. If nothing else, he could patch you back together if one of you gets torn apart. But
Yeah, he's in town.
yep.
Take him out and bring him back with us.
I'll go back to the relay.
Yep, if you want. Otherwise, you can chill out in Flagstone. But either way.
Is there anything I can do in Flagstone at the moment, or?
Yeah, with Flagstone, you can shop, you can look for contacts, stuff like that. Your character isn't socially built, so you wouldn't necessarily be optimized for that. But in this situation, with you being a medic, you could be perhaps more useful, being at the relay tower than anywhere else at the moment. But you all obviously have the option.
Yeah, I think I'll just go to the relay tower.
Okay.
Real quick, too, while we're in town, I might want to buy something, or at least order it. But what I'm wondering is, can I mount a railgun onto my helicopter? Or is that a little too much for the helicopter?
Yeah, it would depend on the size of the railgun. I'd have to look at it in the thing. You already have, don't you have a Hydra array and a machine gun already mounted?
Yeah, I believe so.
Those were things I wanted to get, but I don't think I ever got them because of how
Okay.
expensive. A Hydra array is a tech level 4 with a base cost of 20,000.
Yeah, all I was gonna say is you might, if you put on a railgun, you might have had to remove the machine gun. But if you haven't put guns on it yet, then that's obviously not a problem.
Heavy weapons. Helicopters have 2 weapons spots, but heavy weapons take up 2 spots.
Yeah, but we were saying earlier with the vehicle customization that we're going more with what generally makes sense, because like if you put on a heavy machine gun and a Hydra array, you would have an equivalent to kind of like an Apache helicopter in this system. Mechanically, you wouldn't be able to do that, and so we were saying as long as it makes sense that you know the size of the weapons and the placement and all that. Because you could put the Hydra array on the wings of the helicopter, on, like some wings that you put out, and then you could mount the machine gun at the nose, is what we were saying.
Would I be able to mount the railgun on the nose?
Yeah, like I said, I just have to eyeball how big the railgun is. Is it a handheld type weapon or a heavy weapon?
It's a heavy weapon.
Yeah, you'd be able to mount it on the nose then.
So with the base cost of 8,000 in tech level 4, it would be 12,000 to buy it.
Yep. Yeah, and you guys, if you look in, because I don't think I've said this in a while, but the import cost, the cost of importing anything, is it takes 2 days to get there after you order it, and every tech level it is above 3 on this planet, it'll be plus 50%. So tech level 4 stuff will be plus 50%, and tech level 5 stuff will be double price. So that's something to consider in the future. But yeah, anyway, so you can put in the order for that, and I'll mark that on the calendar.
It was most of the money on
Already 10 p.m.
Yeah, I think we'll be wrapping it up soon.
And time flies so fast.
Does.
And what were you ordering, Traffic?
a railgun to mount onto the helicopter.
All right, that should arrive on the 15th. All right, and you dropped off the crate, and did one of you have the xenobiologist in your contacts? Or were you wanting to try and connect with one now?
When I was looking up to sell it, I rolled well, but I don't think I have anything on character on any of my tabs about a xenobiologist contact.
Yeah, so if you want, you can just roll a quick. I guess this might be an intelligence plus charisma if you want to look around online in the local area. Or my bad, intelligence plus connect, or charisma plus connect, depending on how you want to go about it.
It's a +0 from the attribute and a -1 either way, so
Yeah.
I guess I'll try with it.
All right. Yeah, that's a success. And so, yeah, you locate a xenobiologist, the +1 professional. So he can begin to examine the sample and secure it in his workshop. They have, a xenobiologist workshop would would have various containers to keep specimens at bay. So you can leave that with him and safely leave the scene if you want.
I'm just gonna give him like a little bit of a rundown on what we experienced with a similar case.
I'm going to give him all the footage I collected of the various
I would just give him all of it.
I mean, we do get the creature back afterwards, right?
Yeah. He doesn't own the creature. He's just studying it for you on contract.
Okay, just making sure this is our shit.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, you drop that off with him. Is there anything else you want to do before, or you want to fly back?
Yeah, if we're bringing Medic back, I guess I'll meet up with him too and introduce myself and show him to the helicopter.
All right. Are you gonna key him into the current situation, or
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
On the way there, I'll basically send him the videos, pictures of what we've been dealing with out here, just so he has an idea of what he's getting himself into.
Oh, you don't want to throw him right into the deep end?
Oh no.
Into the shit show.
All right. Yeah. So you fly back, and you're back at the relay tower. The whole round trip here, round trip in the helicopter probably takes 2 hours. You probably spend a few hours in Flagstone, and so you're up for most of the day. And when you get back, the relay tower is mostly finished. They're just putting the finishing touches on it right now, and they're stormproofing the bank around it as well. All right, so yeah, you put down the helicopter easily enough. And do you guys want to have your normal watch for the night?
Yep.
Okay. All right. If both of you want to do a notice plus wisdom. Okay. Yeah, and actually, I'm looking at trying to determine how much longer this will take. You got to go pretty soon, right, Michelangelo?
I wasn't paying attention right now. So I guess I continue. Well, I guess I try again with the search.
Oh, sorry. No, I was just saying it was getting was it getting late for you? Like, where you wanted to wrap up soon?
No, I can go for another hour. I just.
Okay, cool.
You know.
Yeah, I was just making sure. I was just trying to keep an eye on the time. All right, yeah, that's fine then. So yeah, you guys do your notice checks, and actually, Malavis, now that you're out here, you can do, and I can walk you through this if you need. You can do a notice check as well now that you're out here, and the way you can go about doing that is if you look at the top right of your character sheet, you should see a couple of little links. One of them will say skills.
Yep.
If you click that, you should see something pop up in chat, and you can select the skill you want to roll.
Right, so a notice plus wisdom.
Yep.
Right. Where is my wisdom? That's no, isn't it?
Oh, well, a notice plus. Oh, I'm just making sure you're click on the right thing. Do you see the dialogue in the chat box that popped up after you click skills?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you click notice, it should be on the top, one of the top bars, and then you select 0 as your modifier.
Okay.
And let me see.
And I select wisdom.
Yep, and then you select wisdom.
Okay, what's the... I need low rolls are good, right? High rolls.
High rolls are generally good.
Okay.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, anything 6 or above is usually a success, unless there's an especially difficult thing happening, and anything 10 or above is generally a critical success. But yeah, so yeah, you do your notice plus wisdom rolls for the night, and in the future, if you're editing your character sheet, you can go on the very top bar of the character sheet where it says show to players, edit in the magnifying glass. If you click edit, you can actually upload whatever picture you want to use as a token in the future, and later on, if you have a token, you can just drag your character sheet onto the game board, and it'll have your token and everything like that. So just so you know in the future.
Okay.
But yeah, for now, I'll just draw a square, a little crane-colored square, and that'll be how I'll keep track of where you are for now.
Where is my square?
I'm drawing it right now. I just gotta struggle with the interface real quick. Alright, this should be it. And where do you want to set up for the night? Assuming you want to keep watch during the night. And just as a, let me see. The scale here is, I believe each square is 10 meters. The mobile garage is it's like a fold out, like, it's a stable building, but it's basically meant to be folded up and carried by helicopter. And then you have these little tool sheds and work supplies buildings. The control center is multiple rooms that most of the corporate officers sleep in. Power station is usually vacant at night. And of course you have the relay tower. The campsite is basically just tents and portable structures that carry food and water.
Okay. Well, since I'm kind of like a tech boy, I think I'll probably hang around the mobile garage, maybe see if there's anything I can fix or improve. Unless anyone needs to be sewn back together.
Yeah, there's nobody is currently in need of medical treatment, but you could definitely do some work through the night in the garage. If you want to roll intelligence plus fix, you could see how much headway you get in that regard.
Yeah, good.
That's a great roll. Yeah, so you pretty much reorganize the entire garage within the first few hours, and you have everything running in tip-top condition.
Can I also pray over the technology and rub it in holy oils?
Yeah, you can do that. With a roll like that, it was obviously had some effect.
It's good. I'll sing the hymns of my people in technolingua. There we go.
Yep. All right. Now, as the sun sets, it's kind of been drizzling rain for the past day and a half, and the rain is picking up a little bit, and the ground is still pretty hot from the sun being out a few throughout the last day or two before it became overcast. So the radiating heat off of the ground as night begins, and the rain causes a light mist to roll over the area as well, or a sort of steamy mist. You can make out shapes and stuff moving around out the other end of the clearing, but your visibility is a little bit affected. You can't. It is kind of eerie sitting in the watchtower because you can't make out anything on the other side of the mist except for the eye, because it's so bright and reflective. Yeah, so the let's see. Yep, so going back to the notice rolls, I believe all of you would have noticed this. There is a humanoid figure that wanders out of the mist, and I will mark it on the map.
Okay.
And your soldiers don't actually make it out. I think all of you notice it before any of your soldiers do.
Alright, I'm gonna call it out on the radio, and I'm gonna look at them through my scope, get a better view.
Yeah, it's you can see the rain pattering off of the figure. There's a sort of a sleek, smooth surface to him. It appears to be clothed from head to toe, and lumbering with looks like a big weight on his shoulders. And he's just walking sort of with his head down, struggling against the muddy ground. Currently he's going down the hill. The elevation climbs as you go northwest, and yeah, so that's the situation.
What time of night is this?
This will be a few hours after dusk, probably 10, 11, or maybe, yeah, probably closer to 11.
Can't
I'll
shoot at it.
don't shoot at it yet. I'll call out to it and tell him to identify himself. Halt and identify.
I love the idea that traffic just spooked the hell out of this tech boy and on the way to the helicopter. Sorry, you wanna call out to him?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. All right, so yeah, you got this heavy rain coming down, and the mist rolling past, and then there's still a lot of noises in the jungle, and so you try to yell over the den, and he doesn't seem to respond. He's sort of trudging through the mud, and grunting with the weight of this thing on his back.
I am readying my laser pistol.
All right, I'm gonna put a round in the mud in front of him to get his attention.
All right. Yeah, if you want to go ahead and do a shooting. Well, actually, in this system, it may not be necessary. You can just do a warning shot for free, I think, because
All right.
yeah. All right, so yeah, you put a warning shot into the mud in front of him, and yeah, he jumps. The thing that he's holding on his back falls off into the mud, and he looks up, and you can see he's a bearded figure. You can't see the expression on his face. He appears to be wearing some type of reflective glasses, but he looks like he's He's looking back and forth across the palisade that is. He's probably just within sight of it with the mist.
I'm going to have our 2 guards go out and escort him into the camp. And I'll basically keep him in my sights the entire time.
All right. Yep, so the 2 guards walk up and you see them kind of chatting conversationally. It's kind of difficult to make out any noise from this distance because of the noise of the rain. But they eventually turn around and, one guard to each side, pretty much. They make their way into the camp.
Alright, and I'll have my drone up and scanning while I climb down from the tower and go talk to this guy.
All right. Yeah, so...
Ask him, what in the bloody hell is he doing out in the middle of the freaking jungle at this time of night?
Yeah, he... you look at him and he has a pretty scarred up face. You can see his... he's probably had some significant plastic surgery to put his body back together quite a few times. He looks like an older fellow with graying hair. And... yeah, you address him like that, and he says, "Oh well, I was lost my way a little bit in the mist. I was making my way to a speeder boat that I had by the water to bring my game home." I can see you folks have yourselves set up here pretty nicely. What type of business do you have in these parts?
Well, we're mercenaries from Tactical Solutions. We're guarding this here camp while, I forget the name of the company, builds this relay tower. Say you was making your way towards a boat. Did it happen to look like, and Simo will describe the boat that they found?
Yeah, he says, "Oh no, that sounds like a larger river barge. I have a 2-person speeder boat, just big enough for me and whatever I'm carrying home." Martin is operating by horror movie rules right now.
Can I go ahead and move up? Maybe line up a shot? Just in case?
Yeah, you can do that. Let's see how far you... what weapon do you think you'll use to line up a shot?
Well, obviously not whatever. Do I even have a melee weapon? I don't think. Just a laser pistol.
Alright, I'm just checking the range to see how far you'd probably want to be. Yep, so range is 100 minimum, or 100 for short range, so you're already in good range for them. So yeah, you can go ahead and have your pistol at the ready if you want.
Okay. I get a bonus for going prone, right? I might do that.
Yeah, you could. You can basically prepare a firing position, which will take between 30 seconds and a few minutes. That'll give you a bonus. Oh, sorry, what was that?
Will that be a half action or a full action?
Oh no, it's like basically downtime action. It takes you like 30 seconds or to a minute, so it'll be between 5 and 10 combat rounds. It's just kind of, it's something you usually do outside of combat in preparation. Okay. But you can do that.
Can I do a perception check in this guy to see if he's a gene stealer or something?
Yeah, you can. So you can do a charisma plus notice, which would be kind of like seeing if he's telling the truth or if something's suspicious about him. You could do a notice plus intelligence to pick up physical details about him.
Okay.
Yeah, it depends on what you're looking for, really.
Well, first I want to see if this guy's actually is who he says he is. But want to a notice. So no plus charisma.
It would be notice plus charisma for like to see if he's telling the truth or being suspicious. Yep, he appears to be acting mostly. He looks really jittery and nervous, but you could chalk that up to the fact that he wasn't expecting to roll up on a camp with people with guns. He's probably worried about getting shaken down and mugged in the back of his mind. So yeah, he's a little nervous, but that's kind of explainable. And
we wouldn't do that because we're not criminals.
yeah, he wasn't expecting to find a camp out here, so he's just a little shocked and looking around. You also see that he doesn't appear like he's been lying about anything so far, from what you can tell. And he looks like he's a pretty. You can tell that he's a pretty hardened, grizzled woodsman individual. He's not necessarily evil, but you expect he's the type where he'd be willing to shoot a friend in the leg to get away, because that's how it is on the Death World,
He's chaotic neutral.
Yeah.
I propose we give him some supplies and send him on his way.
Well, first, Simo's going to ask him to show us her cats, because we've had some mighty peculiar creatures running around these parts of late.
Yeah, he says, well, I've found quite a peculiar creature myself in these woods. And yeah, he puts the bag he was carrying with him on the ground, and looks like there's a deer with vibrant yellow stripes in its fur. He says, "Is this the kind of creature you were talking about?"
No, not at all. And Simo will go into great detail about the multi-headed dog thing and the multi-headed person thing and the critters that worm their way inside people and take them over and fucking turn into animated spines that wiggle around.
All right, if you want to do a let's see what this would probably be.
That's the kind of shit I'm talking about.
Yeah, this would probably be a lead plus charisma, and it's probably, we'll just roll that to see where things will go from there. Yeah, he's yeah, I believe you and Pete, you're both native to this world, so if you were an off-worlder, he would probably just roll his eyes and say, yeah, another off-worlder that sees spooky things in the jungle. With this role, he's just more like, I don't know, I haven't encountered anything like that out here. There's a lot of weird things in these jungles, but I'll be sure to watch my back.
You ever see a tree with an eye in it?
I don't think so.
And we got one of them too.
Oh, well, that is peculiar. Yeah, so you're kind of standing out in this in the downpour. Is there anywhere you want to go from there?
Basically ask the guy if he needs anything.
He says, well, Not really. I'm just I can make my way upriver and see if I can locate my craft. If it's all the same to you.
Well, we can give you a dry place to sleep for the night, and you can head out in the morning.
Yeah, well, I would certainly appreciate that. I can make myself useful if anything finds its way into the camp. And he sort of gestures to a shotgun he has slung over his backpack.
Well, fortunately for you, we have 2 empty tents whose occupants no longer.
All right. Yeah, so he's probably he actually doesn't opt to go down into the campsite because the he looks down there and sees this campsite built in these mud flats, and with the rain it becomes pretty just basically a pain to do anything down there. Setting up camps or moving supplies around, everything just gets mud and dirt all over it. So he's probably going to camp out in one of these tool sheds.
Simo's going to get back up in the watchtower.
All right.
Guess I'll just go and fix something else.
Yeah, I mean you can keep rolling with that fix roll because the situation hasn't really changed too drastically since when you began, and yeah, you can keep doing a stellar job in that regard.
All right. Is there anything I can improve, maybe?
Yeah, with a little bit of downtime, you could modify vehicles in certain ways, but there's not really too much that you could do that would benefit you here. The tower is probably going to be done before any of these vehicles. Like, most of the work these vehicles have done is already finished for the most part.
Okay, well, I'm just gonna go around fixing random shit. See what I get.
All right. Yeah. So yeah. Actually, while you're sort of doing your rounds, you're walking from the power station to the control center. Most of the workers in the campsite down in the mud flats, they're on this stem working regime. So they take stems when they wake up, and they take tranquilizers to go to sleep. And they're sleeping for about 4 hours, and then they wake up pretty early on in the night and continue working within their campsite. And it's the same sort of thing for the corporate guys on the upper flat. And the corporate medic they have up there is making sure that people's hearts don't explode or that they have a psychological panic attack. And so
That'd be healthy, but go on.
yeah, hey man, you're not a doctor. Well, actually you are. But yeah, so that's just the situation. To give you an idea, you have all these workers cracking out and cleaning everything 4 times more than it needs to be, and that's the sort of vibe you get over the comm channels as well. People chattering over the comms about meaningless stuff. Just a side effect of all the stems.
Okay. Let's see. Can I develop something to counteract those negative effects, perhaps?
Yeah. Well, in this case, the chattering and all that is a like you could develop a better stem pack, but that would be like a really long-term sort of thing. There's not much you can do with the materials on hand to do much about their situation. You could give them a detox and like a detox serum, and that would kill the side effects faster, but the thing is that they actually need to be on the stems to do the work, you know. So there's not too much you can do about that.
Okay.
But yeah, you can, if the only time you would give them a detox is if one of them is about to go into cardiac arrest or something, and that's what their first aid guy is looking into right now.
Okay, well, I don't need to concern myself with that. Do we have an armory?
There is no armory. There are people with guns that are walking around the camp, mostly the corporate people with standard sidearms for working in the jungle. And then you probably have some spare weapons in the helicopter for the 3 soldiers you brought with you.
Okay. So, as far as my fixed level goes, I can't quite make weapons yet, but I can make improvements in attachments, yes?
I believe so. Let me pull up the journal thing. This is something you might want to look into, maybe at the beginning of next session or something, but if you open up the Encyclopedia Galactica, there is a section called Mods, which gives you a guide to all of the modifications you can make to pretty much everything in the game. Weapons, vehicles, armor. Some of these mods might even apply to buildings. These are things you can do. But most of these mods take a few weeks to create. What you can do within a day is mostly like jury-rigged devices. You can take random garbage from around this campsite, and you can create basically any item in the book for a fraction of the cost and resources. But I can't really think of anything unless you want to look at something in the book you want to jury-rig together.
Hmm. Perhaps extended ammunition.
Yeah, you could look into that.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and do that.
All right. Yeah, so you're just sort of tinkering with that in addition to maintaining the campsite.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And also for Simo and Pete, did you guys put out any of the traps or landmines you had into this field, or have you been saving those?
We were going to do it one of the mornings, but I don't know if we actually did.
Yeah, well, we're going to do it today, but then the whole crate almost bursting open happens. So
Yeah, okay.
I guess that'll be something we do in the morning.
So, yeah, the rain begins picking up a little bit faster, and the wind starts to cause a bit of havoc in the construction site. So you have some workers are running around making sure everything's bolted down. It's not really hazardous yet. You wouldn't expect it to be in this type of year anyway, in this season anyway. There are some wires and cables that need to be connected or reinforced or taped down. Let's see. I'm just making sure I get your name right. Malavis, you will you be sort of? I assume you'd be helping with that if you're maintaining the camp.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a as you're sort of running around, some of the spotlights, the cable for them becomes disconnected. So you run over, you connect the spotlight in the northeastern section, and then it turns back on, and you see a human-sized figure. It looks like it's low to the ground, and I'll mark it with a purple triangle in just a second. And as soon as the light flicks on, you see that it looks like a person. Their arms and legs are flipped backwards, and they're crawling on all fours with their back facing the ground.
Oh fuck! I shoot at it.
Yeah, I was about to say that you can shoot.
I'm going to take aim and I'm going to shoot the shit out of it, and then I guess radio for backup.
All right. So yeah, this would be basically like a surprise round. So you can go ahead and let's see. I'm gonna open up your character sheet so I can make sure. Yeah, in that same quick bar where you did the skill roll, you can click on weapons, and it should let you use your laser pistol.
Let me pull my character sheet up. Okay.
All right. Yeah, the wind and rain is like it's beating your face when like especially hard because you're standing on top of the palisade and the area has been clear cut in front of you, so there's not as much of a windbreak. And as your laser pistol discharges, you see a huge poof of steam right next to the creature, but it doesn't appear to have landed a hit. But you call that in over the radio, and everyone is now aware of this.
I need a fucking melee weapon. Oh wait.
So I take it it's initiative now.
Yep, I'll pull the initiative tracker up.
Oh wait, my stab isn't all that much better.
Yep, sorry, I was just opening up one of these handouts and making sure I had it saved so I didn't lose all my progress. All right, Malavis, did you uh, figure out your initiative? If you asked, sorry, I may have not been paying attention.
Yeah. What is what command do I use?
Click on your token, and then in your character sheet, it's right above where skills were in the top right. There's a
Okay.
it says initiative.
Yeah, I can add you. The yeah, in the future when you have a token, it'll add it all with the picture and stuff automatically. But I can just add you. It'll be no issue. All right. So, as soon as the las pistol discharges and the creature leaps into action, and it moves almost with like an uncanny speed. Like it seems like it's moving faster than an organic creature should be able to move, but it's also struggling with the mud.
This creature is obviously an alien of
Better than being a demon.
some things are far worse than demon.
Alright, so it makes it, it's basically climbing up to the top of the palisade, so it hasn't made it over yet, but you still have a clear firing arc. And bonus-wise, the weather itself invokes a -2 bonus, and if there's about 20 meters of visibility, so if you're outside of 20 meters, then it'll be basically blind fire, which will be a
So-
-4.
Trying to shoot this thing would basically be just a waste of munitions.
Well, definitely not. You can always, weapons are pretty deadly in this system, so you could definitely try to take a shot at it. But blind firing is pretty rough. That -4.
Well, I don't
Oh.
want to blind fire.
But it's not impossible. One of my D&D characters went through an entire dungeon while blind.
Yeah, for you, since you're not a combat character, you probably want to spend your action running as fast as you can, while everyone else holds it off. So, like, if that answers your question, then yeah, that would be the advised
Yeah, no,
course of action.
Yeah, no, I think I'm gonna do that. Yeah.
All right, but yeah, it's Pete's turn at that point.
With it being on the wall, do I have an angle on it or no?
Yep, you have an angle. You're able to see it with. Basically, you can see the vague shape of the wall, and you can see where the las pistol was discharged from. And probably from the guard nearby who's yelling out the position, that it's somewhere on this area. So you can take a shot at the wall, but you'll be at a -4 because you're blind firing, unless you want to do another action.
Am I blind firing because of the angle? 'Cause it's in range of my rifle.
No, it's the storm. The storm and the
Oh,
mist.
yeah. I'll take a shot at it.
Yep, you could always roll a crit. Oh, nice. Oh, and that was with the -4. Nice. Yeah, so yeah, you managed to hit it. So Melivis, this thing is right in front of you, and a projectile round impacts right into center mass. Seems to knock it off its feet a little bit. But it's still moving really fast. Like, it's a blur of motion even when it's climbing the wall, like relatively still. It looks like it probably even saw the round coming to some extent.
This thing's a goddamn shit. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and pull back and run the fuck away.
All right. And let me see if it for movement. I think base movement is 20 meters, if I'm not mistaken, but let me double check. I know that it doubles if you spend a whole round running. Okay, it's 10 meters and can be doubled up to 20 meters for normal players. So if you want, you can. Let me turn off snapping here. Yeah, you can basically make it to about this, like one tile down diagonally ish.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and do that.
I'm gonna redraw your thing into a. I guess I'll try a deep blue triangle because I found the triangles are easier to figure out your exact position with this type of map.
Okay.
There we go. All right. And now it is camp guard. So he's going to. One of these guys is going to move, and the other guy is going to take a shot. Yep, and that shot goes way wide. And now we go to Simo.
Alright, since I've been in the tower all night, count this as being a prepared position, so it's a +2, so I'm at a -2.
Yep, that sounds right.
You have to think about being up here all night being exposition, but
Yeah, I probably should have counted that as well, but I don't think it would have made too much of a difference in your role. All right. Yeah, so that hits. You basically explode the thing's head off, and it looks like it's still going, but it's definitely faltered. All right, so the movement that it was making earlier stops. It's moving more like a normal organic creature would. It kind of stumbles towards this guard that shot at it, but it's kind of moving a little bit diagonally into the sideways, like swaying drunkenly, and it doesn't appear to be twitching in like a blur of motion like it was before. Also, the bones appear to. It looks like every bone in this thing's body has been broken, so it's making this crackling noise as it's scurrying across the ground. That becomes more noticeable after the head has exploded. And now it's Pete's turn.
alright.
This jungle is so fucked.
Just the thought of something with backwards arms and legs running on all fours is fucking nightmare fuel.
Not to mention it's crackling and popping the entire way from shattered bones.
I'm gonna take another shot at it. Hopefully put it out of its misery.
This thing comes scuttling at you, sounding like Rice Krispies.
After this, I think I'm going to invest in a nuclear device that will solve all our problems.
Power armor. Invest in power armor.
I already started out a few nuclear devices because I knew you guys would ask for them eventually.
Give me uranium and a detonation device, and I will give you a burning world.
Alright, yeah, that shot goes wide. Now it is Malevolous. You can either turn around and take a shot, or you can get to a safer distance. Either one, honestly, would be an understandable action, honestly. You know, the one guy you don't want to go down is the medic.
Everybody in the camp is awake again.
Yeah, that happens a lot these days.
Awoken to the sound of gunfire. I'd say a lot of people are going to get a different job after this contract.
Yeah, they're probably going to opt for construction work closer to civilization. But yeah, so Malevis, you want to run away or take another shot? Or take a shot?
I'm not wasting any more ammo. I'm gonna find somewhere safe. Maybe MacGyver something together. Who knows?
Nice. So yeah, you can move another 20 meters towards the garage is where I'll put you, unless you have another idea.
Nope, the garage sounds like a good idea.
Alright.
So I'm assuming these things work kind of like The Thing
Basically.
from John Carpenter's movie.
Yeah, they encountered one earlier that mimicked a human pretty decently. It just couldn't talk like the ones in the thing, so they'd be a bit worse in that regard. But there was a funny moment where Simo was trying to, rescue all of the normal humans, and then wanted to take this one back as a specimen. So he was trying to pretend he didn't notice while he was tying this thing to the helicopter. And that was pretty entertaining.
Well, now I know to shoot any outsiders on sight. Good.
Yep. Alright, so he gets a pretty decent shot. This camp guard just releases a burst of 3 bullets into the mass that's heading towards him, and then it stumbles to the ground and slides through the mud, sending a shower of water from the puddles and mud in every direction, and then it slides to a halt. What do you guys want to do now?
Burn it.
Well, I'm reloading because apparently we lost the ability to make magazine-fed sniper rifles in this day and age. And I'm ordering the guard to put several more rounds in it just to be sure.
Yeah, I have to say, having read through the guns in this game, the gun rules in this game give me cancer to a certain extent. That's one of the main reasons I didn't want to use this system, but it's the best one I've got so far.
Can I also work on outfitting his sniper rifle with a magazine? Maybe.
Yeah, you guys could do that in the future. I'll have to think about it because I think an extended mag works on a percentage, if I remember correctly.
I think it doubles your magazine capacity.
Which basically would give me 2 shots.
Yeah, so I might. I'll have to think on something to.
Because basically the gun is a single shot bolt action rifle, so the entire upper and lower receiver would have to be completely swapped out for a magazine-fed weapon.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't worry, before long you'll have a Barrett 50 cal and it's gonna be great.
Yeah, but it'll be wonderful. So, sorry, what were you guys? I'll go ahead and get rid of the turn tracker because there's no fuckiness happening at this particular moment. So, what do you guys want to do immediately after you reload and you want to surround the thing or do anything else?
Having seen the movie, I'm going to see if I can't make an improvised flamethrower. Be a hairspray can and a lighter, something.
Well, I mean, it's pouring rain, so
Fair enough.
Yeah, it might be difficult for it to catch.
well, that was your perfect opportunity to study it.
Well, let me just put on a hazmat suit and I can do that. Just don't touch anything, please. Since I don't really know a whole lot about it, it might spread through contact.
Well, I've got a vac suit you could borrow.
Yeah.
That's completely environmentally sealed. Actually, it's an armored vac suit, so that's even better.
Yep.
Yeah. I'll go ahead and use that then.
After I've reloaded, I will train my sights on the thing in case it twitches.
There's some sort of makeshift lab I can go to properly study this thing.
Yeah, there's no lab or workshop necessarily, but you could always do some poking and prodding if you get it to the control center or any other building that you want to study this in. You can always you'll still be able to roll knowledge. There will just be you won't have a chemistry testing kit or anything on hand with this facility.
Okay, well, let's see. I don't want it in the garage with my precious machines. So I'm gonna take it to the control center.
All right. And it's basically the same routine as usual. Everyone over the radio wants to know why there are gunshots, and then you guys give, well, at least your guards, unless told otherwise, will give a basic rundown. And
Yep, hostile creature breached, came over the walls. It's terminated. We're all fine. We're fine.
yeah.
Back to bed.
Can I electrify the palisade, or is it not made out of metal? Is it conductive?
No, it's basically bits of quick dry concrete mixed in with dirt and whatever. Just it's basically a barricade that's been reinforced.
Okay, cool. All right. Can't do anything.
Yeah, you can. I mean, you can finish plugging in the spotlights and getting visibility up again, which is what you're doing before this craziness started.
Can I get somebody else on that? Because I need to figure out what the fuck this thing is.
Yeah, the other techs will work. Well, they can handle that while you inspect the
Okay.
creature.
If this thing is what I think it is, I will recommend that we GTFO.
Yeah. All right. So
If you think this one's bad, you should have seen the giant dog one.
Oh, fuck me.
Check,
So,
check Discord for a picture of that one.
so I need to roll a knowledge plus intelligence check. Holy shit.
That was the first one we saw. That is the second one.
Okay, yeah. If it is what I think it is, I would recommend we get the fuck off this planet. So let's see. It's no. 1 plus intelligence. What we
that's
got?
a fantastic roll.
What the fuck is this thing?
All right. So normally you'd have, to even get an idea of what this thing is, you would have to have called a specific discipline. So if you had asked for xenobiology and gotten 6 or higher, you would have known that there's no alien in the general catalog that's like this. Well, since you get such a high roll and you're just trying to identify what this is, you would know that the peculiar attributes of this creature is not xenobiological in nature. Its actual matter is mostly just human, probably mixed with a couple of animals, probably that have been incorporated into the body of the human. The really interesting and notable properties of this specimen are actually of the exotic matter, the MES particles within the creature. MES being multi-dimensional extraversion syndrome, which are the people often with this condition exhibit psionic traits. This individual was either psionically gifted or they were affected by someone who is psionically gifted, someone of the biopsionics discipline.
Whoa.
I can go on with this line of logic, but is there any question you want to ask at this point?
Right. Have I deduced if it's contagious?
This particular specimen is not contagious at this point. Its head has been destroyed, and it is no longer capable of copying the exotic matter into a new entity. A living specimen, on the other hand, is capable of reproducing with other life forms by basically transmuting them on not just a DNA level, but on a subatomic particle level.
You go on with the explanation.
Yeah, so the in addition to the thing that everyone notices with this specimen would obviously be the shape and form that it takes, but it's basically being puppeteered by matter that is non-atomic, the MES particles, and these are particles which are brought in from another dimension. Some of them, like for example, you can have psionically forged weapons that are made of a material that is as solid as matter, but has the bonding components more similar to an electromagnetic field. So you can have a virtually unbreakable hammer or sword. In this case, the strings that are pulling this puppet are don't exist in this world. It's extra dimensional, and that is how it was able to move the way it did. It has this uncanny speed, allowing it to jump out of the way of swords and bullets. But as soon as the brain was destroyed, it basically started to run out of juice. It had nothing connecting it to this plane of existence anymore.
So the diagnosis is either demons or rogue psyker. Okay.
Yeah, it's and like I said, it's hard to tell if this individual in particular was psionically gifted, but they were definitely affected by someone who's psionically gifted. MES individuals are associated with interstellar travel because the spike drives that allow people to jump from system to system over many generations affected the spacers, the people who live in space their entire lives. People who have these tiny MES particles that end up in their bodies sometimes develop these gifts, and that's basically where most psionicists come from.
Right. I'm gonna have to add a new goal: exterminate psionicist.
You would definitely not be the first.
Yes. Or at least make sure they're heavily controlled.
All right. So yeah, that you basically you get that nice rundown because you got the not just a critical success, but basically like a mega critical success. So you have a rundown. You know pretty much exactly what this thing is. It's hard to know what the extent of its capabilities are, but it seems to be you can do just a quick examination of the exposed spinal column. You can see that a fractal pattern has been burned into the spine, and these patterns will form anytime a MES someone's okay, so if you look on your character sheet, you have a strain score. If your strain score goes too high, then you have this fractal pattern that gets burned into your brain, and the whatever entity that you've been interacting with through the MES particles at that point has control of your body, and that appears to be the case here. Yeah, and Simo, you can ask that question and have it relayed, since this guy is Mr. Exposition at the moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, the trees and plants can be affected with MES. You could keep in mind that MES isn't usually this nightmarish. There was, if you read in the core book, you can see the background of the galaxy is that when the Scream happened, a large force originating in the Veil constellation washed over the galaxy and basically caused every psyker in the galaxy, or every psychic in the galaxy, whatever term you want to use, every psychic in the galaxy turned into something like this, or the equivalent thereof, for their discipline. So if you were a telekinesis psychic, then you would just blow up like a nuclear bomb and take half the city with you. And that basically happened all over the galaxy, which basically ended civilization for a few hundred years. And so the let me regain my train of thought. Yeah, so the tree with MES, that's definitely something that seems plausible in this situation. In this time and place, it seems like whatever force transmuted this creature probably transmuted the tree. There are other biopsionicists who will, for example, walk up to a tree, just touch it with their hand, and the tree will just form into a house. Like, they'll just shelter in it for the night. Or you could make it grow eyes and act as a security camera for you.
So there's obviously, I'm just going to explain to them what you told me and my own that I think that there's some sort of rogue psyker behind this, that we should to contact the necessary government officials to find and exterminate this individual.
Well, if I may, in the course of our investigation in the painting, we found out that the ruling class of this planet is psychers, basically, and that psychers are worshipped.
Oh.
And since they're psionic creatures in the forest, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, just as a brief reminder, the three main power players on this planet, they each have different views on psychics. You are actually, you are near the Australian territory. If the Australians find psychic stuff, they usually just kill it. Oh, sorry, a little bit of background there. If the Australians, if they find stuff like this, they just kill it. If the Catalians find stuff like this, well, technically they would kill this too, but if they found a psychic individual, they would basically try to incorporate it into their own order, because they're basically psychic supremacists. And the Orobi Corporation, which is ruling the planet from orbit, if they found this, then they would basically lock it away and study it, similar to like how you might imagine the SCP Foundation.
Okay, can I contact the Valstrorians?
Yeah, you guys have a contact Flight Captain Starkov, I believe.
Yep.
Is it on the Catalan or Australian side of the border?
I can pull us to the map and give you a look-see.
Yes.
Because it's on this side of the border, then we don't.
Yeah, you're in the demilitarized zone, but you're much closer to the Australian parallel.
Yes,
Well,
but would it be?
We're only 600 kilometers away.
Would it be wise to involve the Australians with this?
Probably.
I mean, if you guys think so, then go ahead. But
Because the reason they gave us what we're using as our home base was basically to feed them information now and then on what's going on in the demilitarized zone.
Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and see who I can talk to about getting them in the loop on the situation, because this seems like it could be a planetary threat left unchecked.
We've got a pretty good in with the Australians with Flight Captain.
Yeah, we can contact Starkov.
We've got more than a couple favors with him, so we can just tell him about it easy.
Yes. You can also sweeten the deal by telling him that I will provide him with the finest liquor made from piss of urban Australian bear,
what?
potato bear.
As a tempting offer. All right. Yeah, so you can beam a message north, and it gets picked up pretty fast. You don't, even though you have rain and signal interference, you're close enough that most military sensors will pick you up pretty fast. And yes, Starkov doesn't answer immediately, but after 30 minutes or so, he can pick up the comm. And as far as what you guys beam him, do you just pretty much tell him everything you've got?
Yep. Yep, pretty much.
All right. Yeah, he is interested in this. He gives you a like a scan of some of the wilderness that's been done a few days ago. He says, "Yes, I feel that something has been going on in these woods lately. We've been ordered to do 4 times as many scans in this area as usual. It's been massed as some sort of training exercise. Your position at building this relay tower, how long have you been there?"
It's just over a week now, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, he says, he sort of as you hand him information, he's handing it to other people on his end, and the conversation proceeds like that for a while, and he eventually says, yes, I appreciate this information. Is there do you have the situation under control at the moment?
And
Yeah, so far we haven't had any real trouble taking these things out. We've even captured one alive and sent it to a xenobiologist in which city did we send it to?
Flagstone.
Flagstone.
All right. Yeah, he takes that down.
Yeah, so far we haven't had any trouble taking them out.
All right. He after a while you receive a it's a heavily encrypted message, and it takes a while to download onto your data slab. And he says, this is an individual of great interest to us. If you locate him, then let me know. Don't engage this individual directly. just let me know where you find him, and let me know if there are any population centers near him, if you do locate him in your travels.
All right, I'll send back an acknowledgement.
All right, I'm gonna fill this note in a little bit later and maybe add it to a dossier section of your intelligence folder, but I'll go ahead and reveal it because the spelling on some of this gets kind of weird. So there is a Catalian prince named Dirnocht the Fallen, who was born 300 years ago, and you have a full dossier of him, as far as you know, anyway. It ends at his when he goes missing some 270 years ago, when he was about 30 years old. And then there are various sightings, mostly blurry images and accounts, some handwritten and some in text and others in audio, of sightings in the woods in northern and southern, well, in all of the Australian territory, really. And his face often changes, but you have a couple of biosignatures that you could theoretically trace him by if you got a sensor suite near something with this particular signature.
I say we check out our new friend with one of these signatures.
All right.
You said he changes his face, and that guy's face was pretty scarred up.
Yep. Yeah, so you're looking over the data slab, up in... I can't remember if we moved your tokens around. Are you still up in the tower, or did you guys gather around the control center to stow away this new specimen?
Yeah, we're probably in the control center.
Alright, I'll just move everyone's tokens around for that. Alright. So yeah, you get that message, and it's still storming outside, so you want to go and look for this guy in the tool shed?
Yeah.
Alright.
Do we have any way to confirm?
Can I, is there a way for us to passively scan him?
Yeah, any residue that's been left behind, you'd be able to... you'd probably be able to scan with this because it's divergent enough from human that it will not be human blood, and he's also he's a lot warmer than normal humans, no matter what face he takes. His blood is well beyond 98 degrees.
All right, I'll have my drone hovering nearby with the thermal sensors on. I'll just casually walk over to the shed and basically under the premise to inform him of what went on, that we had one of those creatures I was talking about breach the walls. We took care of it, so there's nothing else to worry about.
All right, yeah, when you go to the shed, the door that he was sleeping in is open, and you see his stuff is in there and the deer is laying on the ground, but you don't immediately see him.
Is there any fresh tracks in the mud around the shed?
Yep, you could do a survival, I believe that'd be survival wisdom, if you wanted. Yep, fairly easy to spot in the mud, even with the low visibility. You can see there are tracks moving off into the woods towards the river.
All right. I'll send my drone up to see if I can pick him up on its scanners. Or on its camera, rather.
All right. Yeah, you see a trail leading as shown on the map now, it should be.
That motherfucker didn't steal our boat, did he?
No, the boat's still there. It looks like you just dived into the water.
Okay. Upon seeing that, I'm going to head back to the control room, send a message to Starkov that the guy may have actually been here. And I'll send a description of the guy. And, well, now that he's not in his shed anymore, we can do a scan.
All right. Where do you say you were scanning?
The shed where he was sleeping.
All right. Yeah, the deer looks like it's you expect it to be a corpse, but it looks like it's radiating a good deal of heat that's sort of dissipating off of it.
All right, we'll send a confirmation message to Starkov that we believe he was actually giving a full description and everything.
Yep. Starkov says, acknowledged. As said, keep your distance if possible. Try not to engage them. And I will dispatch a scouts force. And if you find any more information on him, then try to let me know.
I'll tell him that I saw the trail heading for the water and give the general direction of the trail, general heading.
Yep.
From where he went from there is anybody's guess.
All right, and what do you want to do from there?
I guess go back on watch.
All right.
And radio. I was only just me, Pete, and the other guy there. So I'll just tell him, if the guy shows back up for some whatever reason, just act normal.
Yeah.
Don't let him know that we're on to him. But I doubt he will show back up.
All right, so the so you're going to go back to normal sort of watch duty?
Yep.
All right. Yeah, the rest of the night passes without too much incident, and the storm has died down a little bit before dawn. And then as everyone goes back to finish the work on the site, clean everything up, and stow away any spare parts in the control center, you hear some people complaining about all this stuff that's been left in one of the tool sheds. Do any of you want to react to that before heading off to bed?
Yeah, I'll take a look.
All right. Yeah, there's all of the stuff that the guy stowed away when he was leaving stuff in the tool shed, and then the deer carcass is on the ground, and there's a guy trying to pull the deer carcass out, but he can't quite get it off the ground. It's like it's too heavy for him to lift, and so that's what you see as you approach the tool shed.
I ask him, what is he doing with Arcus?
Says, I don't know, someone appears to have left a bunch of junk in here, and some type of animal corpse, and I'm just moving it out so that we can get some piping out of this shed.
Can I do a check to see if there's anything anomalous about it?
Yeah, without a roll, you can tell that the deer, even though it's a fairly small deer, it shouldn't be sticking to the ground like that. It looks like it's 10 times heavier than it's supposed to be.
I tell them immediately to back away from it. Get away from it.
All right, yeah, they sort of drop it and look at you, awaiting further statement.
Okay. Let's see. What role do we need to do to get more of an in-depth analysis on this thing?
You can do an intelligence plus notice.
Okay. Six.
All right. Yeah, you poke it with a stick a few times. Kind of analyze it as well as you can without disrupting the corpse too much. And its gut, while it's not swollen or anything, it doesn't look like there's a lot of pressure of the gut, but the gut is like completely solid. Like there's almost a metallic ting as you tap against it.
There is something in this corpse.
Well, let's cut it open and find out.
It could be a bomb, you fool.
I'm perfectly willing to allow you to test that theory.
Right. Let's see. Do we have any scanners to see? Oh, wait, I have a scanner. Will it be helpful?
I'm 140 meters away. I'm feeling fairly safe here.
Yeah, you should probably stay back.
What type of scanner is it?
The bioscanner.
Yeah, let me. I'll just scroll over to where that is in the book.
All right, guys, I gotta go. I need to get up early again tomorrow.
All right, no problem. We're probably going to try and end within the next 5 minutes. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
All right, it was fun as usual. Bye.
Bye bye.
See ya.
All right, yeah, you can roll heal intelligence to use the bioscanner to do a good in-depth analysis here.
Okay. Oh fuck.
All right. Oh yeah, I forgot you have the 3d6. Yeah, you can get some pretty insane rolls here. All right. So, as you scan this corpse in like a fantastic manner, it's something that's kind of difficult to notice at first because your scanner is not designed to pick this sort of thing up. But it quickly becomes apparent that the internal organs of this creature have been transmuted into solid gold.
Huh.
So all of the tissue, all of the veins, everything is exactly the same, except the matter is now atoms of gold arranged in the same shape.
So if he wanted to transmute this thing back, he could do that and it would be alive, wouldn't it? Is that how that works?
I mean, you probably could. And the other thing you notice is there is a cluster of vines coming through some of the cracks in the concrete at the back of the tool shed, and this matches the other tool sheds. But these vines in particular, now that you look at them, are arranged in letters, and they say, "Thank you for your hospitality."
Oh,
Huh. Let's just not mention that this thing is now made out of gold, and let's just get everybody to load it in the helicopter. This is our bonus.
so this guy isn't as much of a dick as I thought he was. My opinion of him has improved.
Look, maybe he just has a twisted way of dealing with people.
Perhaps.
But yeah, so you guys can load this carcass up, and then you. This is pretty much the last day that you'll be out here. So, is there anything you guys want to do?
Let's see. Can I pilfer any raw materials?
You could probably pick up some like random scrap, and there are rules for how you can MacGyver things with scrap in the base.
Okay. Go ahead and see what I can pick up then.
All right. Yeah. You're gonna travel back in the helicopter, so you can probably get. Let me see your character sheet if there's a good place to write this down in. Yeah, if you want, you can scroll down to other equipment, and you can put, I guess, 10 units of scrap, and each scrap will just be basically one encumbrance. And you can just gather that together if you want, and pile it into the helicopter.
Okay, and I need to put that in where? Equipment?
Yeah, there should be a little box called Other Equipment below your normal equipment, and you can just write in whatever you want there, I think.
Okay, scrap. Okay.
Nice. Yeah, so you gather up some odds and ends that nobody was using around the site, and Simo and Pete, you guys want to do anything before taking off?
Basically, Simo's just going to police all our equipment, make sure we've got everything, and say goodbye to the people here that he at least tolerated the best. Give out the company contact info and say if anybody has any problems, we have the solution.
All right. And I think at that point, 3 large, heavy lifting helicopters land in the mudflats, and all the crews begin piling onto them. And you guys get wired. Let me see here. This will be a total of 80,000 credits, is the total payout for the company.
How much is our golden deer going to be worth?
Well, that's a good question. Let me check here for a second. Sorry, I'm just trying to find a weight of gold for this amount.
Is the skin still completely organic?
Yep, it's literally just the organs. The skin around it is still very much made of flesh and blood.
You know, if we were to just, pull the skin back or peel the skin off, we'd basically have a completely anatomically correct golden statue of a deer.
That might
A
fetch a
skin
high
deer.
price with the collector.
That's what I'm saying. When we find the right buyer for this, we could get a hell of a lot more than just the weight value.
Yes.
Because, it's a completely anatomically correct deer made of gold.
Minus the skin, but we could get that taxidermy. But no, wouldn't the value be in the skeletal structure and the organs? It doesn't need skin.
Yeah, well, the skeleton and the head and all that. Actually, the brain is made of gold as well. But basically, like the brain, the liver, the stomach, the lungs, all that, the squishy interior organs, those are gold. But the bones, tendons, skin, hair, eyeballs, those are everything exterior, basically, and the bones are made of normal.
Well, we could get the bones probably treated and then taxidermy the other stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, in case you guys are wondering, I'm just looking up trade metals because it's in the chart up here. It says that trade metals are only worth like 10 credits per pound, and I'm like, well, that can't be true for gold. So I'm just reading the fluff to see what the gold would be worth. Okay, I finally got it. So this is 200,000 credits worth of gold.
We could probably at least get double that from a collector.
Yes.
Yeah, if you find someone who is interested in golden deer. And I just want to remind you as well, let's see, this thing weighs almost 300 kilograms, and the guy who you met earlier was carrying it with one arm over his back.
This guy's a brick shithouse, man. Glad we didn't shoot at him.
I'd just like to see what would happen if he hit somebody with the deer like a baseball bat and they just go flying off into the trees.
That would be.
Okay, and I'm going to call this mission concluded. So I think you guys did all right overall. So I think everyone should get 4 XP from this. And I'll go ahead and mark that on Martin's character sheet since he's not here right now.
So what are goals worth XP wise?
Yeah, I was gonna ask you guys that. I'm going to write down all of your goals on a sheet of my own so that I know to prepare for them properly. Because some of you guys have goals that, like for example, Aloysia has an election-related goal, so I'd want to set up the election ahead of time, of course. The goals are worth basically the more you work towards them, the more they are worth. So you can set up a goal that's set up and paid off in the same session is usually worth 2 points. If it takes more than one session, it's usually worth at least 4 points. And if it has a major effect on the game world, it can be worth from 6 points to 10 points, probably, and even more than that in some cases. As a good example, you could have a character that is a professional cook, and so if you find something new and exotic to eat this session, you could just get 2 XP for that, because that's a fairly simple thing to do. And then if you cooked, or if you like got your own cooking show, you're on the planetary comms network, that might be worth like 4 points, because you might have to set that up a little bit and prepare for it. And then if you became a galaxy famous cook, then that might be worth like 10 points.
I just spent all my 4 XP on bringing my perform skill up to +1.
Oh, did we level?
So,
Yeah, I think you guys might be level 4. Yeah, in case you aren't aware, Rommel, the XP goes towards leveling up, and then the level up gives you the skill points.
Oh, I don't get the skill. Okay.
Right. Yeah. So I went from just 6 XP to 10. So I need 2 more to get to the next level.
How much XP did we get? I was getting more food.
Oh, sorry. 4 XP for this, for everyone. And then if any of you have your, because we were kind of stuck out here for the session pretty much, most of you didn't really get a chance to work towards any of your goals, but in the future I was going to try and have more of that prepared.
I've actually got 2 of mine that were done. One of them was done way back before this mission started, which was obtain cybernetic implants, I got that from the drone implant.
Yeah, you could have 2 XP for that. That's pretty straightforward.
And then I've got get more credits, which was basically do a job. So we finally just finished a job.
Yep, that's another 2 XP one.
And the other one's become filthy rich. That'll take a while because I'm not filthy rich yet.
Yeah, like in the last campaign we played, my character, his big goal was get 1 million credits, which is the amount that was required to retire on a post-scarcity world, and that would be worth like 15, somewhere between 15 and 20 XP. The for the session, for the game that we were doing, but I basically wouldn't play that character anymore, but the XP will roll over into the new character, so you could think about some of your goals like that too, if you want.
That's kind of what I was imagining for Filthy Rich was get 1 million credits personally. Cool, so that all that together puts me at 8 XP. Sweet.
Alright, and I'll move us back to the main map because you guys are done with this mission, and we can have it set up for next time.
Can I input a goal?
Yeah, you can put on a goal pretty much whenever you want. It's the main purpose of the goal and XP system is to help guide roleplay down a so that you know what to work towards, I guess.
I guess I want to something to do with making shit. Oh wait.
All you gotta do is eat something, you'll make some shit.
There you go. I guess I just want to just make some improvements on shit. Improve weaponry. Oh no, wait. Yeah, no, yeah.
Make me a magazine-fed sniper rifle.
Yes. Thank you. Make magazine fed sniper rifle.
Yep, that's a perfectly good goal. And like I said, the I'll have plans for what everyone has written down, so that'll be kind of how you can guide where the campaign goes as well.
So I might get to manipulate Officer of the Law. Ooh.
Yep. Yeah, I had stuff for yours written down as well. I just didn't get a chance to get into it today. And like usually, you know, like some DMs don't allow you to split the party, and all I'll say is if you want to split the party, you know, I'm not going to tell you you can't, but there are, you know, you might end up really really bored, which I wouldn't want to happen. So just as a warning.
It's our funeral.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. It probably wouldn't be wise for me to be going out and doing shit until I get my combat skill up, but I want to get some of my non-combat skills good, then focus on my combat skill.
Yeah.
I'm really just going to go into what's called perform and walk and connect. Try to be talky guy
Yeah.
and be a politician that can help administratively. You want legalized belt fed sniper rifles. That's okay with me.
Wait, those are illegal?
I don't know.
Huh.
Depends, really, doesn't it?
Well, since, I mean, seeing as how they don't have any concept of magazine-fed sniper rifles, I don't know anything about belt-fed weaponry.
Well, I'm allowed to go open carry a laser rifle, so I don't know gun laws in this on this death world.
I can't imagine why they would have any gun laws, but
Yeah, most the area you live in, nobody really looks twice if you're carrying around weapons.
yeah,
Just don't carry anything that's T4 or 5 openly, and they won't look at you too closely.
I want to sell it, to be honest.
If you're packing around a T5 gun openly, people are going to pay attention.
So yeah, I'm probably gonna.
That's why Simo keeps his shear rifle hidden unless he's on mission.
And probably I want to improve my program because I want to build automatons at some point. Fix and no, probably gonna be the 3 skills I'm gonna.
Yeah, that sounds like a good call.
How
And
much? Oh, you go first.
oh, sorry, I was just gonna say, I'm planning to redo a little, like some of the stuff in the Encyclopedia Galactica, but most of the like the special ammunition, I'm probably gonna change the names to be a little bit more generic. But there are radioactive rounds which are designed to kill things that regenerate, because radiation damage in this game can only be healed naturally. So psychics are often hunted with radioactive rounds.
Right. I'm gonna be making that a priority. It's get some facilities in place to perhaps be able to manufacture, store these rounds.
Invent Necron levels of weaponry.
That's actually my goal. That's one of my overall goals. I want to be the best goddamn scientist, weaponsmith in the whole galaxy.
That would be a good long-term goal.
Because Simo would sell his mother's soul for fucking weapons that the Death Marks use.
Yeah, I also want to invent like, yeah, not, well, maybe AI. Yes. Make machines, a machine army. Then I'll use them to propagate my Jew ways, selling weaponry at exorbitant prices.
I just don't want to walk in on you and your AI waifu talking.
Hey, I'm not a Tau.
Wouldn't be his
You said
AI
you
wife, it
when I
would be
said
his
Con.
AI god.
Yes.
It's kind of amusing though. You're basically playing, a tech priest, and my previous Stars Without Number character was an AI, and we made jokes about him becoming the machine god.
That would actually make a lot of sense. See that happening.
It would just be awesome if Simo ever dies or retires, and I remake Tarn, him show up and it's like, yes, worship me.
Well, the really one of the big AI crisis they have in this setting. I can't remember the name of the AI, but it was studied under containment, and it was what they call in this game an unbraked intelligence, which means it's allowed to replicate and change itself basically as it pleases. Nash was playing a braked intelligence, which means there are limits to what it can do. And the unbraked AIs are basically the galactic equivalent of nukes, and one of them that was under study, it developed what they call in the system a quantum tap array, which is where it basically it takes the electron signals in its brain, and it creates a device that allows them to bore through another dimension and end up in computer circuitry that is normally shielded. And so it hacked its way basically into an Ethernet connection for all intents and purposes. And they had it completely sealed off from the outside world, and still managed to tunnel through and take over the planet, basically.
Yeah, unbreaking an AI basically removes all shackles from it. They get unlimited potential, but the downside is 9 times out of 10 they go insane eventually. Some way, somehow, they eventually go insane completely.
Yeah, there's one in particular, and I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head, but it's basically the only unbraked AI that didn't go completely crazy, and it's worshipped by a god in a particular part of the galaxy. And its main job at the time, before the Scream happened, its main job was to hunt down other unbraked AIs and destroy them before they got out of hand.
So it obviously has some sort of shielding, mental shielding, so to speak, from going insane.
Yeah, well, that was kind of the interesting thing about it, is that nobody actually knows why it didn't decide to destroy all life in the galaxy, even though every other AI does. And it just happened to fall into place, and that's part of their whole religion around it.
I think that might be because it didn't catch a bad case of plot device.
Well, that's definitely what happened, but it's just interesting in the setting itself.
Because I'm not sure why all AI would do that. As far as I'm concerned, like in 40K, I'm pretty sure what happened in that instance is that humans and machines fought each other on basically for political differences.
AI in 40K, once they become aware of chaos, they come to the unanimous conclusion that the only way to destroy chaos is to destroy all life. That's why generally AI turns genocidal in 40K. The only ones that haven't yet are the Tau, because
They're not
the Tau,
active.
yeah, they're not psychically active, so their AIs don't have very limited exposure to chaos, so they don't understand.
Yeah, it's also worth noting that when unbraked AIs go insane in the Stars Without Numbers setting, they don't all go crazy in the same way. Like there's one that I think was called the War Mind, and its logic is that humans needed to be prepared to face outside threats, and so everything needed to be united. So it grabbed a whole bunch of humans, made super high-tech weapons for them, and then basically politically brainwashed them into its influence, and then created a horde that conquered huge sections of the galaxy. And then other AI is basically bent on, well, the best way to survive is lobotomizing all of the humans and then having an upper class of humans that develop new technology. And, stuff like that is stuff that's destructive to humanity because the AI has some other goal in mind.
This war mine sounds interesting. Is it still active?
No, there are. Whenever unbraked AIs get destroyed, they usually shatter into thousands of smaller intelligences, and they very rarely reform. There are agencies in the game that's basically their job, is to destroy that stuff before it destroys the galaxy.
Can I have a secondary goal to collect these gold fragments?
Oh yeah, that would actually be a pretty long-term goal, because you're basically talking about a raid boss level enemy, but you could collect one of these fragments and they could be extremely powerful artifacts.
Yes, I think I could work out some sort of deal with it. A partnership. Yeah.
But yeah, I think this is a pretty good session, but I'm probably gonna jump off comms and get some other stuff done, unless you guys have any other questions.
No, I just rewrote my 2 goals that got completed, so now I've got 2 new ones.
Unless
And I think I'm gonna go.
play a game or something. Have much else to do.
I think I'm gonna go eat supper.
Yep. Thanks for gaming, everybody. I'll see you next week.
Yep. See ya.
Have a good one.